And good evening one, good evening all. Welcome back. Yes, we are here for one more playthrough, live and exclusive to YouTube. I am your host, Swishbone, for the remainder of the evening. Now, normally on this channel, what we do is play games blind for the first time and give our reactions, jokes, and banter in the chat box over in that direction. But this is part of the ongoing revisit to a classic game from my university and college years. Bit of a chill stream here. We're playing Formula GT World Championship on Gran Turismo 4. So for those of you who have never been here before, get your comments in the chat box. I'll do what I can to interact with you. Maybe you've been here before watching me curb stomp quite a lot of the races in this game. Maybe you're watching me getting curb stomped by demons in Shin Megami Tensei 4. Watching me lose my sanity playing through the Crash Bandicoot and Sonic Adventure duologies. Or perhaps you've been here for the weird streams like Doki Doki Literature Club and Final Fantasy and some Manual Samuel, as well as the classic streams like Final Fantasy 7. I will get my words out eventually. Either way, a huge welcome back to all of you people, new and old. That includes you, Trish, who's Queen, who's just jumped in there saying, "Hey, Swish, going to enjoy this nice chill stream while editing a rather stress-inducing game." Can it be as stressful as any of the playthroughs I've had in my JRPGs, I wonder? You tell me that in the audience, Queen. It's up to you. And, of course, anybody else out there, get your comments and I'll do what I can. So, we are going to go over to event number 9 of this championship. It's the longest championship in the game, this. Every race seems to be a full race distance, to say the least. Words are very hard. It's the end of the week. I've been speaking a lot. A lot of nonsense. So no, not much has changed on the stream when you think about it, but hey-ho. Right, so we're going to qualify here at Infineon Raceway, commonly known as Sears Point. It's a really rather nice circuit, this. It's used for American Le Mans, as far as I understand, so it'd be interesting to see how the F1 cars go around here. Let's get rid of that horrible get ready to drive, because I do want to be over at the front of the grid, because there is a rolling start here. And rolling starts are bad when you are at the back of the grid. No one likes them. Ooh, running out of grip quite easily here. This track's a lot narrower than I remember it. This is another reason to get some practice in quickly. A little bit of a practice session before we go live on the race itself. So, of course, get your comments in there if you've got any further comments you want to say or just want to relax and take it easy. Plenty of racing that's been going on recently. And, of course, next weekend is the Las Vegas Grand Prix in Formula 1. And I'm actually not that excited by it, to be honest. I don't like the look of the layout of the circuit. And I saw a video today someone put on YouTube called "Will the Track Be Ready in Time?" And looking at all the aftermath of it and the way it's affected the locals, I really don't think it's going to go down that well, to be honest. But we'll find out next week how that race goes. Meanwhile, Arrested Jack joined in the stream saying, "Hello, Swish, how's things going?" Well, if you was to the intro, very gobbledygooky, but everything's fine so far. We're currently qualifying here, so we're about to set our qualifying lap in just a moment's time. And then with that, hopefully we will have pole position, which will allow us to go out from the front and try and take control of the race. I'm expecting an 8 to 10 stop strategy for this race, because it's going to be very hard on the tyres, as there's high downforce, high speed corners, which means you lean on the tyre more and therefore take more wear out of them. There's not many hard braking zones, but there are a few tight hairpins, which are also not great for the tyres, due to trying to get the traction down early. So this is a circuit that's going to test my mettle and test my skill, so expect to laugh at the amount of times I go off and into the barriers here, people, because it's going to happen quite a lot. How have you been doing anyway, Arrested Jet? You been up to much? Keep it nice and smooth into the weekend. We like a nice smooth weekend here, don't we, people? Unlike that corner there, that wasn't very smooth at all. Maybe as smooth as sandpaper covered in broken glass. But you can see how much faster the lap time is here. I could possibly get through it over a little lift, but I don't think it's going to be necessary, because it's better on the tyres to not lean too hard on them. And we crossed the line for 1:11.6. Looks like that's going to be enough for pole position, so that is awesome. Yep, there we are. We're right in front, exactly where we want to be. It's the best place to start the race. Okay, right, let's get into it. Yes, we got the Jordan behind us, and then behind them it looks like it's the Minardi. So we are celebrating the back of the grid here, people, it seems. They're the best positions at the moment. Yes, get ready to drive. How about get off my screen? Need to be careful here. Cold tyres, so it's going to be very easy to go off. And if I go off here, I'm going to lose a lot of places. So I've got to be very patient in the first lap. I've got to be patient to build my gap. Excellent. We've got a nice opening gap already. This is really good, really promising. Oh, this is good. This is really strong. We're looking in a better position already. Coast through that corner, try not to take too much out of the tyres, because we're about to go into a high-speed section where it's very flowing and very fast. Oh, there go the cones. I've gone too wide. Yeah, I got too greedy on the apex then. Put my dipped a wheel into the grass and it slowed my car down quite horribly. But the good thing is, we are now clear. And that's lap 1 already, would you believe? So this race could be quite a good one for speed, because we're getting quite decent lap times. It should be less frustrating than the Monaco stream, because this course is a little more forgiving. Only a little, mind. Now, with all the greenery around here, you're probably quite surprised to hear that this is normally in the desert. It's in the deserts of Sonoma. Why it's got so much greenery around in this game, I don't know, because it's not like this for real. It's much more like a dusty, dirty circuit. And it's a real car breaker for that reason, not only because of the heat, but because of all the junk that gets into all the filters and the engine ports and everything else. So in endurance racing, this track's actually very, very challenging. It's not quite like going through the Paris-Dakar or somewhere like that, where you've got the really fine dust, but it certainly chews your car to pieces, to say the least. So now we can just sit back and relax. Wow, we're about 15 seconds ahead already. If that's the case, I'm lapping 5 seconds a lap faster than the field, and if that's the case, well, this will be a very easy race to win. Although it won't if I keep on spinning my tyres out like that, because I'll chew my tyres to pieces. So I've got to be careful here that I'm not going so much quicker that I'm going to need as many as twice as many stops as the field. Clip that apex. Oh wow, into the 110s. We really are flying now, people. I think in this game, unlike in real Formula 1, they don't have tyre blankets. Now, if you don't know what tyre blankets are, they're essentially like heated barrier covers that go over the tyres, and they're allowed to make it so that when the tyres go on the car, they're piping hot, and that makes them very sticky to the road the moment the race restarts. Whereas in other formulae, such as Formula 2, such as I think British touring cars, they don't have heat tyre blankets. So for the first few laps, the fresh tyres, even though they're completely new, they're freezing cold and they give very little grip. And on this game, the grip comes to you as the tyre wears on. In F1, it's the other way around. You put them on, they're already up to temperature, and you've got maximum attack and maximum grip. So it's an interesting difference in the game, really. Yeah, you can certainly see that the lap times are absolutely tumbling at the moment, which is what we want. We want that. The more the lap times tumble, the better. Oh, that's off. That's rally driving mode. Still, well caught. We could have gone much worse than that, to be fair. It's not fast, but it looks stylish. My under tray and my radiators and my suspension are all going to be hating me right now. But that's okay, because I'm the driver, you're going to have to deal with it. honestly, this part of the circuit's beautiful to drive because it's just so flowing and fast. It's a real difference to the part before it. You get it's almost like you're going through the technical infield and then being allowed to just open the taps, and it feels joyous to drive. Oh, now we went faster. We set a fastest lap despite going off. We did a 109. How the hell did I do that? How the hell was it faster to go off circuit? That makes no sense. That makes no sense at all. Meanwhile, good evening, Avian. Happy Friday indeed. It is indeed a happy Friday. How are you doing? You feeling good? As we are slowly trying to pull away from the field, get enough of the gap to jump into the pits and be able to take advantage of the race. We're going to get through at least 2 races tonight. Depending on what circuits we get, we may even attempt a third one. But we'll see how we go. Because tomorrow, I don't have work. And that makes me a very, very happy bunny indeed. Well, speaking of bunnies, I need to watch more of Virtue's Last Reward on your channel, Queen. I need to watch more Zero Escape. For those of you who haven't checked that series out, please go and check out those games. They're brilliant. Oh, yeah, we're going off track again, which is never fun. Hey, we all support each other here, Queen. We always do that. It's a very wide angle taken there, not very fast. But bizarrely, I don't seem to be losing much time. It's one of those circuits, this, where it seems that the optimum line, for me, isn't there. There probably is an optimum line, don't get me wrong, that the ultra-professional drivers, when they hit it, get a ridiculous speed boost. But for me, I seem to always go as fast as I always do. It's weird. Oh wow, Avian, that game is hopping. Oh wow, there's a pun that the game would be proud of. And that game loves its puns. For those of you who've seen the footage, I won't spoil it for those who haven't. Oh, that was a big clip. Yep, this is definitely not the fastest way to go around the circuit, people. Oh dear, this is a bad lap. This is a very bad lap. The AI are happy for me to be able to give them a chance to catch up to me there with that one, I think. I'm not sure I see that, Avian, but that's a very interesting description of the circuit. Like a ballet dancer with one leg over. You said it was like Lakshmi from Shin Megami Tensei. Is that what you're trying to say? And oh, you've decided your next game when you're looking forward to playing it, are you, Queen? I wonder what game that is, but right now my tyres are dead, so it's time for me to dive into the pit. I don't need to refuel. We're in a good position for fuel. I'll get that coffee in while my low-res pit mechanic fixes the car for me. And that's just to show you how far ahead we are. They're not even close to the final sector. So we are miles ahead at the moment, people. We are very far in front. So with 8 laps to go, that means we are going to need a splash and dash, unfortunately. If I got to 9 laps, I'd have been able to possibly get through with one less stop, but I'd rather splash and dash and have a comfortable ride than struggle for a couple of laps and lose a lot of time. So yeah, so we're quite far in front at the moment. Let's see how long we stay there for. Oh. Meanwhile, Exetel jumping in saying hi. Good evening to you. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We are ploughing around Sears Point, aka Infineon Raceway, which, despite all the greenery here on the screen, is actually in the middle of the California desert in Sonoma. Later games that featured this circuit, such as Need for Speed, what was it called? Need for Speed, not Pro Challenge. There was one that was really quite Shift. That's it. Need for Speed Shift and games of that nature updated it to be a bit more accurate. But yes, it's the weekend. We're all fast. We're all furious. And Exeter, I understand that you recently had a sojourn to Con as a trader. How did that go? Because I looked at some of the images and it looked like you had an absolute blast. And I hope you did really well. Hard to tie because you has a snack. Hey, snacks are all good. Always welcome here, Avian. Oh no, that's not good, Exeter. Having a cold. Oh, there's nothing. I hate colds. Colds are so annoying. They've been going round at work at the moment. So far, I haven't got one, and I want it to stay that way. Yeah, having to work on the weekend is never fun, Queen. They are the things I do not miss about retail. Oh, that's awesome, Exeter. They all went for the lucky dip. That's great. They get anything good? You give away anything special? I'm sure you made someone's day with the contents of that. Lucky dips at cons are always interesting, I find. They're always either really cute or something really, really silly. But that's the best part about it. It's like just nice to see that creativity indulged and everyone having fun. Oh, there was an idle panel and a Love Live panel at HataruCon. Now you've got my interest, Exeter. You'll have to let me know more about when it takes place, because it sounds pretty good, actually, to be honest. I'll be able to bring my Chica Takami cosplay out to play, which I'm hoping to bring to next year's Anime North, actually. I just need to shed a few pounds in order to do it, which is why I'm going to be in the gym first thing in the morning. Oh, nice, a free badge. That's an excellent prize to give away. They're always cool. I say idol panels are always interesting, because obviously it depends on what the idol is and everything else and the kind of music they play, but it's always really cool. Oh wow, I thought it was a late one. 22nd to the 24th of Nov. I'll have to rejig my holiday allowances for next year around that somehow. I'm using a lot of holiday up already next year for a rather nice con somewhere west. Nowhere important. Nowhere I've been before that wasn't that special, you know. Nowhere I want to go to again because I had such an amazing time last year. Nah, not there. Oh, that's excellent, Exeter. You planning to do a Vocaloid panel? That'd be really awesome. Would you plan to perform songs about it, or would you like going into the history of Vocaloid and everything else? Or maybe a bit of both? Because either way, it sounds really cool. I still remember being interviewed on Japanese TV about Japanese music years ago. And the thing is, I've never seen the footage. I've never seen the footage of me standing on a street corner after 30 hours of travelling, talking about everything from Garugamesh and Death Note to Hatsune Miku to artists you've probably never even heard of. Apparently I somehow still sounded competent in Japanese, and I don't know how. Oh, that's clever. I like that. That's a brilliant idea. Bit of both, and then a quiz at the end. Almost like an exam. It's like, write that down as you're going, people. You're going to get asked a question on it later. That's totally not the kind of thing I do on my streams. Oh, no. Say the pace is very strong in this car at the moment. It's a very nice circuit to drive this. I don't think I'd like it as much as I am doing. It's just nice to have a circuit where you can attack at high speed. I do wish I'd have been at. I think it was last year's Coachella festival. One of the headline acts was Hatsune Miku, which I find hilarious because Coachella is normally associated with, like, you know, punk artists and like garage rock and all that kind. And then suddenly out of nowhere, there's this really weebly vocaloid music. I'd have loved to have seen the stunned reaction from the audience and the crowd. It would have been so funny. But alas, that was Coachella, which is way beyond my budget to get to. So it's something I definitely missed. Yes, I say it's really fluid circuit. This, you can just aim at the corners, and most of the time you get right into them. It's brilliant. But I also like the fact there's loads of gravel and dirt off to the side, which means if you do go wrong, you go wrong in a big way. Oh, there we go. So I mean, you go off and you get punished. In a real F1 car, that would have done my under tray absolutely insane damage. I probably would have lost downforce parts, I'd have churned up my differential, I'd have probably snapped a wishbone. In a real F1 car, that trip I just took would have been extremely costly. To the tune of maybe 1.5 million damage. No, I'm not joking. There's a reason you don't see Formula 1 cars on the roads. Could you imagine an F1 car going over a pothole on a British highway? It'd be funny, but it'd be very expensive. So far, they're not keeping up, which is making this a rather lonely race at the moment. But my tyres are already getting very, very old indeed. So the question is, can I push for another lap? I'm going to try it. If I can push for another lap on a few more of these stops, I'll save myself a pit stop. A bit of a wide exit, but we got away with it. Yeah, those rear tyres now. This is going to be amusing for the next lap, I think. Definitely feel the tyres like squealing left more when I'm going into corners. Like there, for example, I could really feel the lack of grip. So I like that. I like the fact the performance in the tyres dips so much, because it makes you realise just how much the wear affects the grip level as you start to slide more. And obviously the more you slide, the slower you go, because contrary to what games like Outrun and Power Drift and Need for Speed and all I might tell you, going sideways around the corner is not fast. It's a lot slower. Oh, I've done a David Coulthard. A crash going into the pit lane, people. That coffee was just about drinkable. Right on the cusp. I was listening for the sound of the tyre guns, that little little ratchet sound. That's the sound of the tyre guns coming away from the car. Oh, I've hit the wrong button. I meant to hit the select button to change view and get ready to drive. So I think we're still ahead of the field, but I don't know quite how far. I don't know if it's a lap. I don't know if it's half a lap. I don't know if it's 10 seconds. Yeah, it's a tricky one to gauge. Now I'm hoping that, say, for the next circuit, I'm trying to think about, there's 15 races in this championship, and we're on race 9. So that means we've got 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we've got 5 races after this. Well, 6 of those actually, now I think about it. I know for a fact that Suzuka, the Japanese circuit, is going to be one of the circuits, if not possibly the last, because that used to be the World Championship conclusion until the early 2000s. So it's possible that we'll be racing there last. I know that this was the first game to feature the 2005 layout of Fuji, which later went on to host 2 rounds of the Formula 1 Championship. So that's definitely going to be in here. As this championship also simulates a bit of IndyCar, I expect Laguna Seca to be in here. We've done the Super Speedway at Motegi, but we haven't done the actual full twin ring Motegi. So I'm expecting that one too. And we haven't done the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So I think that's also coming. However, there's one more race, and I'm trying to think where it could possibly be held. That would be big enough and also fast enough for an F1 race. I mean, it's not going to be held at midfield. That's too short a circuit. That's way too short. So it won't be midfield. I know for a fact it's not going to be Autumn Ring. That's just not going to work. So where else could it be? I mean, they could cheap out and do the second version of Le Mans with the mile-long straights, maybe. But that'd be a bit of a cop-out, in my opinion. So I don't think that's likely. I can't see us doing Trial Mountain either. So I'm curious where the final race is going to be held. Watch it now be that horrible French circuit I don't like, Opera Paris. Watch it be there, just to really troll me. Because even though I played this game way back in the day, it's been literally about nearly 20 years since I did this championship, so I can't remember all the circuits. Whoops. I got on the gas too quickly then and spat me out. When I talked to you earlier about how this circuit punishes you for going off, there's proof. This is a circuit you have to respect the track limits. You're not going to get much time by going outside the circuit here, unlike at some other tracks where you can gain loads of time. That's not really an option here. So as we're so far doing quite decently on our lap performances in terms of the tyres, I want to try and get to either lap 26 or 27 realistically for this next stop. Because that way we know exactly where we are, but we're doing pretty decently for performance so far. Around about lap 25 is when we're at 1/3 distance. It seems like they're all in the pits at the moment, so this could get awkward depending on when they come out. Oh, I needed that. I needed to beat them out of the pits. I could not afford to get stuck behind him. That was very, very well timed. I got my timing perfect then. Because obviously they're going a lot slower than me, so at the moment I wouldn't lose too much time behind them. But any time lost can be massively exponentially gained by the opposition if you're not careful. See, they take a much wider line and a much slower line there. My line's tighter and faster. But the AI doesn't seem to like this circuit for some reason. I've seen it in almost all the championships. Oh yeah, around the outside, that's a boss overtake. It's very difficult to overtake around the outside there because it's a high downforce line. So any disruption in the airflow really screws up your grip, and you can find yourself flying into the sand. So as we are A-spec in this championship, it's quite a challenging one to A-spec because it's just so long. Each race takes a long time to do. Ooh, that's not very fast. That's sideways drifting. I am not Colin McRae or Richard Burns or Carlos Sainz or any of the legendary rally drivers. Walter Roll. Trying to think of all the other legends that we could possibly mention. Henri Tervonen, Juha Kankkunen. Hannu Mikkola, Michel Mouton. Yeah, I am not those drivers. I can tell you that for free. Ride the curbs, take it nice and smooth as best as you can. Not gone wide, but I think I'm just going to stay inside the circuit. So while that's slow, it's not cost me too much time or grip. And I might be able to stretch these tyres if I can to at least lap 26, possibly lap 27. And if I can do that, we're in a really good position. I've heard that people have actually beaten this championship using the Le Mans cars for 200 A-spec points. I really don't know how you do that. You would have to be an absolute driving god, because those cars have so little downforce compared to the F1 cars. Their acceleration is brilliant, but not the same style. Yeah, the only thing it will have better is tyre wear, but will you gain the time back? I don't know. Nah, I'm going to have to stop at the end of this lap. Those tyres are too damaged. If I try and push these into 27, I'll be burning the tyres from the both ends. Yeah, it took 2 stabs of the corner then. There's just no grip left in them. Know when to quit is my advice. We saw at the American Grand Prix when Mercedes tried to go long and do a one-stop, it just did not work. You know, you have to know when to go, right, yeah, we're not gaining anything here. Let's box, fresh pair of boots, and try and make it back the old-fashioned way. Very wide line there. Hopefully the stewards didn't see that. I am Sergio Perez in Sector 1 of the Circuit of the Americas. Too soon, Haas. I like the fact that you can come in at full speed there and basically wall ride into the box. There's nothing illegal about doing that, it's just that the game lets you do it. I love the rendering of these cars. You can tell where the 3D models just aren't quite there, but it's still pretty impressive for the PS2. Like, I love the fact that you've got the actual mechanic here still moving. He's not just a flat textured polygon. Quick double change of view to get ready to drive. One of the more annoying errors that you get from emulation in this game. And as the tyres are warming up still, the grip is not quite there. So you have to take a slightly more conservative line. See, I wanted to get on the gas a lot earlier then, but I was getting so much understeer due to the lack of heat in the tyres. And you can see how I was struggling to stop the car because the temperature isn't there. It's just skidding across the top of the asphalt rather than gripping it. But that's one thing I like about this game, that it's not got the tyre blankets. You don't have instant grip. You do actually see it come back to you as you drive. For a game from 2004, 2005, that's really advanced. It's why I love coming back to GT4. There's so many things about it that were way ahead of its time. So I'm coming up to lap this guy, would you believe? And I can tell that's my position's number 1, even though I'm behind him. Whoops, nope, that's not a good line. That's not the ideal line, people. Grass and sand are not your friend. Okay, that was a very risky slipstream. Memo to me, don't try and slipstream the outside there again. Oh! Well caught, but that was not ideal. You heard the tyre squeal, you saw the loss in speed. You don't want to be doing that too often. So it would be interesting to see an actual round of F1 held at Infineon. But as I say, I don't think it'd have the license because the barriers are too close and there's like too many areas that just aren't going to be up to what they call the grade. Because for those of you who are interested, if you ever want to know why F1 doesn't go to some of your favourite circuits, like say Watkins Glen, Mount Panorama, Goodwood, places like that, the reason they don't go there is because the circuits are what they call a grade 2 or lower. And to be an F1 circuit, you have to have grade 1 licenses. And to upgrade them to grade 1 is actually often a very costly and awkward experience. There are a few circuits which are old school that have the license. Mugello, for example, in Italy is one such example, where it's still got the old school feel because you've got the much more sand gravel runoffs and one-line corners, a bit like Suzuka. A lot of the more modern circuits now, to be grade 1, you need loads of runoff, which is for the tarmacs. You need loads of access roads for all the trucks and the cars and the ambulance crews, and the fans need to have certain standard of stands. So it's much harder for a circuit that's not on the calendar to get the license to host a round. And often, for some circuits, they've invested heavily in it and it's been disastrous. When Fuji did it in 2005 to host the F1, it was just not working out for them because of the license fees and everything else at the time, and it was uneconomical to run the race. Though it has had a much better resurgence hosting the likes of the World Endurance Championship and DTM, so it shows the circuit would be absolutely perfect, but I just don't really got any desire to host the race again, purely because of things like the license fees and the actual hosting fee itself, and there's just so many bits of red tape that you need to do. A lot of circuit owners can't be bothered with it. It's why we get the what are known as Tilkodromes, like the forthcoming Vegas Grand Prix, which I say I'm not looking forward to. The layout doesn't look great, the fan access doesn't look great, the cost for fans looks horrendous, the impact of the local citizenry has been appalling, and it's going to be held at night in November in America on the west coast, where it can drop to 8 degrees. So it's possibly going to be the first ever Grand Prix to happen in single figure temperatures. And while that sounds exciting, it just means that no one's going to take any risks. So I think it's going to be a very boring event, but I'd like to be wrong. I'd like it to be chaotic and crazy. Kind of like this last weekend's Sao Paulo Grand Prix was. You can tell I watch way too much motorsport and know way too much, don't you people? I can gabble about it for hours. I can spend ages talking about strategies and races and all kind of stuff. So if you're needing someone to put you to sleep tonight, get me talking about racing for hours. You'll be dozing off within 10 seconds. It's like whenever you hear, like, you know, you get two drummers together who start talking about the best drummers for techniques, or two guitarists start talking about the guitarists for the best techniques. Everyone at the local tables drinks up and gets out. And I've seen that happen at many a British pub. So far this is going quite well, the strategy is working. We're getting enough laps out of the tyres to not need to over pit stop and lose our lead on the opposition, but we're also not having to slow our pace enough for the race to feel very dull to drive. I just wish the AI were a little bit quicker, because I get the feeling that I'm lapping anywhere between 5 and 7 seconds a lap quicker than them, which is not the biggest challenge to be honest. Well, that's unfortunately that's been Gran Turismo's problem for years. Yes, the Beagle likes the rice cakes, do they, Avian? To be fair, very good taste. They might be bland, but they've got a nice crunch to them, so I can understand why they might like them. Best thing about rice cakes is when you can like top them with anything. That's what I love to do, you know, like whether you get like, you know, some things like, you know, cream cheese or peanut butter, or, you know, some actual things like avocado or salmon or whatever. That's when they're really nice. You treat them like toast, top it with something, it's all great. Now they're all in the pits again by the looks of it. So the question is, will I come out near any of them? That's the problem. Yes, that's true, actually. They will be better for you than potato chips. But come on. Potato chips are gorgeous, aren't they? Everyone loves potato chips. Ew, salt and vinegar rice cakes. Blech. Minging. Ew. But then again, I'm the one person from Britain who can't stand that flavour. Everybody else loves it. Me, I'm like, blech. Get out of my way. That's when you know you're too fast for the opposition, when you're literally pushing them along the road. A sharp cheddar cheese could work, I suppose. Oh, get out of my way. Move. Oh yeah, a fellow believer. Queen Sis, you're awesome. Thank you. Someone else who appreciates just how minging they are. Honestly, in my Britain, it would be a crime to put vinegar on your chips and crisps. It would be a literal crime. Which is why I'll never be voted as a politician, because I could have the best policies in the world, but the fact that I want to ban salt and vinegar, that's it. I'll get no votes. Ketchup chips? There's no accounting for taste, I suppose, but seriously, what? One, why do they exist? And two, why do people buy them? Well, the fact that people buy them is why they exist, I suppose, but that's not the point. To be fair, over here in the UK, there's a type of potato chips, and I can't believe these exist. Worcestershire sauce flavour. Why? Just why? Yeah, the old border crossing with certain flavours. That became a thing here in the UK, believe it or not, but not for what you think it did. It became that way here in the UK for a Scottish drink called Iron Brew. And they basically were forced to change the flavour. I think it was either changed in Scotland or changed in England, one or the other, where it wasn't allowed to have a certain type of sugar, but it was allowed in the other country. So people were deliberately going between Glasgow and Newcastle as a way of buying up this drink and bringing it back across the border. It's silly, but again, people want it. People will go to extremes to get it. Oh yeah, there's nothing worse than somebody saying it's a flavour and it turns out that it's not even close. So to be fair, when it comes to like flavoured like chips, I'm very bland. The ones I like are salted. That's literally it. I don't really like any of the flavours. I never have. I think it's something to do with it's just something to do with the way what I'm eating. I just find contextually I can't understand the taste those ways. But then again, it's like, that's just like anything, you know, you can all like what you like. Although to be fair, I did like certain chili flavoured chips now I think about it. Some of the chili flavoured ones were amazing. And again, I think a lot of it is because a lot of these flavoured ones use copious amounts of vinegar as a way of, like, you know, getting part of the flavour. And I can't stand vinegar. Can't stand the stuff. Never have, never will. That's an interesting question in that, Queen. Would I go for regular salt or reduced salt? To be honest, I'd probably go with regular. I don't really eat chips very often. And because I don't eat them very often, there's no point in me trying to go for the really healthy option because I don't get much benefit from it. It's such a rare treat anyway. You might as well go big on it. That's my motto. If you're going for a treat, go big, because you're only going to get it once. Although, to be fair, speaking of going big on treats, I got a video recommended to me today called Beer Meets Food or something. Guy from Britain who has a huge long beard, hence the name of the channel, and he went around like doing many places that do big foods, and it had a video of him at the Heart Attack Grill in Las Vegas. He ate a burger called the Octuple Bypass that's been measured by Guinness as part of their world records thing as having almost 20,000 calories. 20,000. The recommended amount for an adult male is 2,500. So you're being told in one meal to eat the equivalent of 9 days worth of calories. And the absolute madhead not only did it, but had a butter milkshake on the side as well. The absolute... I say, you can go and find it on YouTube, like eating the Octuple Bypass at Heart Attack Grill. It's literally... have you ever watched the Scooby-Doo cartoons when Shaggy and Scooby make those sandwiches that have got like 19 rounds of bread and they smash it into one? The burger literally looks like that. It is insane. Apparently it had 40 slices of bacon with it. And yes, a butter milkshake. A milkshake that had a knob of butter added to it. I am not making that up. It literally sat on top of the cream, a knob of butter. No, sorry, not a knob of butter, a slab of butter. Ouch, that's your idea of a personal hell, is it, Avian? I mean, I'm not going to disagree with you. Oh, get out of my way. Faster car coming through. Move. Sounds like this should have the initial D music playing. That's actually true, Evian. Yep, that's actually true. If you don't finish your meal, you get free. You get free spanks from a Canadian strap. I am not making that up. So it's basically gluttonous food. With and everyone's dressed as nurses, so it's basically a BDSM restaurant now you think about it, isn't it? But that's exactly what it is. It's a BDSM restaurant. Call it what it is. They also have a policy where if you weigh 350 pounds or more, you get a free burger. You can weigh yourself on the way in, and if you're 350 pounds or more, you get a free meal. It's like they actually encourage obesity. I'm amazed that the venue hasn't been cancelled. I'm amazed it's not been had picketed and everything. The only thing I can say is because I'm a vegan, I'm not able to go there because there's nothing's vegan, so I don't have to worry about ever going there. I'm not likely to be in Vegas anytime soon either, to be fair. Absolutely, Queen, yeah, yuck. There's not much more to say, is there? It's like, I know that people see, these food challenges are a bit of fun, and, they can be, but that's just absolutely dangerous. I mean, 20,000 calories. And I thought the legendary Stunner that was available to buy at a Scottish chip shop was bad. But it's got nothing on the Octavol heart bypass burger. Absolutely nothing on it. In terms of something that will literally kill you, that is high on the list. Now, at Exeter, that does not surprise me that people try to sue them and they're like, well, you signed a waiver. The closest I've ever seen to that is in the UK, in York, there's a bar, and it's a bar called the Evil Eye. Now, when I was at university there, they used to sell a drink called the Hell Shot, and you had to sign a waiver before you drank it. And it was basically just 2 shots together. It was a cocktail, but it was just 2 shots. The thing is, one of the shots was an 88% proof vodka. The other was an 89% proof absinthe. So you were drinking close to neat alcohol. And you had to sign a waiver before you drank it. That's the closest I've ever seen to anything like that over here in the UK. I mean, you know, the right kind of fats can be good for you. I mean, it's why I like eating avocados. They've got loads of healthy fats in them. Eggs have loads of healthy fats. Peanut butter has loads of healthy fats. So you can consume the right fats. They can be useful for you. They can actually be a good thing. But when you're being served literally like 40 slices of bacon in a something like 16 servings of cheeseburger, that's not good for you. Not even close. I mean, I know I'm an athlete. I like to run long distances and everything else, but there's no way I'd try and eat anything like that. Hell, I've been so good I've not even ordered pizza in months. Which reminds me, next year in Canada, it must happen. I must get Pizza Nova again. I have been craving Pizza Nova now for the last 6 months. I need Pizza Nova. Pizza Nova, open a UK restaurant. Do it now. I not only need your amazing pizza, I need those amazing vegan nuggets that you did. I've never tasted anything close to it here in the UK. You've opened the Tim Hortons in Manchester. Fine. Pizza Nova, you're next, in the words of Bill Goldberg. Don't rub it in, Queen. Ah, yes. Nice to know that a plan of mine is good. I like that. That's excellent. Let's get a little bit of fuel in here as we carry on the remainder of this race. About 64 units will do. Yep, there's the guns. That's great. I don't know what they were either, Avian, but they were amazing. They were absolutely awesome. I was like, oh my god, these are incredible. The ones we got over here are really not that much flavour to them. They're kind of moist and like cardboardy, but they were proper textured imitation like chicken. It was fantastic. I don't know what they were made of. Hopefully they were made of seitan, because that's one of the best meat replacements you can get. It's called seitan, S-E-I-T-A-N. It's used quite a lot at high-end restaurants. Even though it's not a high-end ingredient, it just is. Oh yeah, I've seen cauliflower chicken wings come up before. They're actually really quite nice when they're done properly. You can do the same effect with broccoli. They actually come up beautifully because they can absorb a lot of like flavour to them. So if you get the right, you know, like sauce into it before you bread them, you get a really nice texture when you bite in. It's great. They're not remotely close to chicken wings because it's not meant to be. It's just cauliflower. But it's basically like our take on, oh god, what's it called from Japan? There's a type of dish, and it's going to annoy me now. I can't remember the name. Tempura. It's like our take on tempura. In fact, I really should look up a recipe to make vegan tempura. It should be quite simple to do. That could be a good snacks for the stream. Now think about it. Nicely done. We're in a good position here. So we're going to be just over an hour and a half, I think. Oh, that's interesting. I just had the rear tyres lost the back end. I've not had that before in this race. I lost the back end going around that corner. Must have caught a divot or something. Luckily I held it. As in, I held it enough to get back on track. Yeah, a few seconds off there, not ideal, but it's okay, we can make it. Struggle for brakes. That time I got round the corner at least. Yeah, the tyres aren't quite up to temperature. I was going wide through the corner. I wasn't getting much bite in the turn. Yeah, I know the feeling on that front, Avian. I've had a few slips myself. Most important thing is to recognise them as that and give yourself the motivation to, like, you know, get yourself back on it. You know, don't push yourself too hard, because I think a lot of people, that's where they start to struggle, because they see that they've, like, you know, done something they didn't want to, and they start feeling like, you know, as if they're not going to recover from it, and anything they do isn't going to be good enough. That's not the way to think of it. Just go, right, okay, you've been a little off, it happens, focus on what you need to do to get back slowly and chip back at it. You know, don't punish yourself. That's the most important thing. It's why I'm in the gym tomorrow. I'm hoping to get back on it myself, because I've been slacking a bit, and I really need to lose some more weight for one of the cosplays I want to make for next year. And when I say make, it's more a case of getting a lot of fabric paints and going berserk. Because my solution for another cosplay would be awesome if I can make it work. But in order to do it, I need to get to the right size first. I don't want to make a costume now and then find that next year it's either too big for me or too small. Because this crazy guy is actually hoping to do the demi-feed next year when I come to Anime North. But to do it, I need to basically get fabric paints and go berserk on a bodysuit. And that's going to be a big ask. But it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm actually hoping to find some fabric paints that glow in the dark. Because if I do that, it'll be one that I can wear at night as well and actually have full light up tattoos.
Oh, just about got away from him. So I've already seen some potential fabric paints online on Amazon, so I should just buy them and keep hold of them. And then that way what I can do is have a go at... I can also do a test on some fabrics, buy a small amount of fabric and just do some tessellating. I should do that anyway. It'd be a good way of helping me get some practice in for when I do the actual costume. Can work on getting the pattern right and things like that. Oh yeah, we're going deep here, we're going wide. That's a very wide line indeed. Got away from it though. Oh, I'm glad you think it'd be awesome. Well, I've got to make it happen first. That's the part I've got to do. I've got to make it happen. Who knows, I might even try and make a pixie to hang off the side of me. Gotta say, Queen, scratch cooking as it's called over here in the UK, where you're making things yourself, is a great way to help with any kind of dietary change you want to make if you want to potentially lose weight. However, the right cooking methods and the right ingredients are the big part of it. So it's fantastic you've been doing that. That's awesome. I've enjoyed seeing what you've been making. So a few minor changes and you can make things even better. One advice I will give you, I don't know if they do it in Canada, but over here in the UK we have a cooking oil replacement you can get called Frylight, and it's essentially like a spray bottle, and each squirt that you use coats a little bit of oil on your cooking, but it's only 1 calorie, so you can coat an entire pan, and it's only 10 to 15 calories tops, and it's a great way to make things like fried vegetables or fried chicken or fried pork, whatever you're making, without anywhere near as much grease in it. So it's a really good tactic. I'd recommend that if you can get it over there, but I don't know if they do it in Canada. It's something that we definitely do over here in the UK. And yes, Avian, cardio can be very, very boring. The way you have to think of it is try and mix it up a bit. No, it's called PAM, is it, Queen? Yeah, say if you get a chance, give it a try. Also, another thing to consider where you can, buy an air fryer. Air fryers are fantastic for doing things like, again, chicken wings, potato chips, pieces of pork, steaks. You can do them in an air fryer a lot faster, and they often cook a lot healthier because you're not having to coat them in fat. So that's another great way to make things a bit simpler for you. I actually need to get a new air fryer. The one I've got is a bit clapped out. My mate has recommended one to me that I need to buy from a UK supplier, so I might look into that tomorrow. Be expensive, but worth it. Ah, excellent. Yeah, you've already got one. Well, just get some recipes for getting the best out of that is my advice. I love my air fryer. I use it for everything. That and my slow cooker, they're both fantastic. Yes, life lessons with Swishbone. That's what you get on my stream. Probably the wrong life lessons, but life lessons nonetheless. Oh, you've got a Food Ninja. I am jealous. They are fantastic. They're a brilliant brand. Yeah, veggies are great. Definitely. The veggies are great in the air fryer. If you don't mind cleaning the tray up, they do a brilliant job for cooking sausages, actually, believe it or not. Because a lot of the time, you'll find that the base of your air fryer has got a porous bottom, So if you put sausages in, all the fat drains out of the bottom. So if you make sausages, that's a nice way of cutting down some fat content. And I say it works beautifully for like pork or chicken for the same reason. A lot of the fat can drop off it, so it's great. Ooh, those grilled veggies on the barbecue sound absolutely lush to me, Avian. They sound fantastic. I say they are a top brand, Ninja. They're expensive, but you do get what you pay for. I will say that much. I've got a little bit of gas then. I do apologise if that was caught on microphone. I tried to keep it minimal. Yeah, that's fair, Avian, about sausages. I mean, obviously it depends on like the rind and the flavour and the way they're made, but I do get it. You know, it's like they're not the healthiest things in the world anyway, to be honest. I don't really recommend sausages. I'm with you, Queen. Without being too disgusting, I eat corn and it comes out very much untouched. I don't see the point in it. It's a shame. Because I used to love corn on the cob or sweet corn, but it just doesn't do anything for me. Oh, got away with that. Oh, I felt the grip going as I was cutting the grass, but luckily I avoided spinning out. So it's all good. And we're getting towards the final leg of the race here. We're doing alright. It's been a good race to do this one so far. Not been bad at all. I don't think the human body's really designed to digest it properly. I don't know many people that have been able to really, like, let's say, without being too disgusting, get rid of it properly. I just don't think it's been, like, something that the body's been able to metabolise. I don't know why. Again, it might just be the nature of the nutrients and that that's inside it. We don't get anything from it, so the body doesn't want to absorb it. Yes, bits getting stuck to your teeth, that's extremely annoying. That's the downside of culinary cuisine, isn't it? You're not wrong. Oh, bugger. I didn't quite get my foot off the accelerator, so my car tried braking and accelerating at the same time. It didn't know what to do, so it went straight on. My fault, I caused that. Oddly enough, Avian, popcorn, I can eat that all day, but yeah, when it gets stuck in your teeth, it's nasty. Popcorn I've not got a problem with, but for some reason, corn on the cob or sweet corn, my body's just like, no, nix, not going to happen. That sounds really interesting, that Queen, in terms of the flavours there. Bit of potato. Apple's actually got quite a good little sweet additive. You can use it in a lot of things. Goes great in curries, believe it or not. Apple does a great job. So I love apples though, so I don't mind them. Or ringo, as they're known in Japanese. I don't know when I set that fastest lap time, by the way. I got so hooked up in our conversation. I don't know when I set the 108. I set a 1:08 at some point and don't remember when it was set. Which is always a good sign of a good stream. When you're not always calling out stats and mechanics. But we're getting towards the final part of the Grand Prix now, so it's not been bad this. It's been quite a good race. As I say, it's been nice to talk food and everything else on stream. It's always good. Always good to have a nice little bit of banter. .109, that'll do nicely. Potatoes and lemon sauce. That's an interesting suggestion. Normally you'd find lemon being used with seafood, so with potatoes is a bit of a surprise, but not necessarily a bad one. It's just unusual. Ah, it's Greek. That makes sense. It's all Greek to me. Ha 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 ha. With any luck, I'm only going to need one more pit stop. Yeah, because we're coming at 15 laps. I think we're going to be alright. One more stop and we'll be there at the end. That's awesome. Slightly wider line now. We got away with it. Oh, something crops up for you, Avian. The underwriters never know when to stop. They want the business coming in. One more lap and then we will be in the pits. For the final time in this race, of any luck. Actually no. No, it won't be. We'll need at least one more stop. So we've got 2 stops for the end of this race. The next stop that's coming and the one afterwards. And then after that we'll be on to the home stretch. So that's okay. Oh, nice little bit of 4-wheel drifting there. luckily by pitting now we'll avoid having to lap anybody right away. So in the pits we go. Get the high downforce on. Let's go. So the question is, what's our next race going to be? I have a sinking feeling that it's going to be the Nürburgring Nordschleife. That's where I think the next race is going to happen. I just have this feeling that it's going to be the Nürburgring. I don't know why, but there's just something about this, the formation of the championship that makes me think that's next. And it's not because I've looked it up either, because I haven't. I say the only one I can think confidently I can call in terms of when we're going to race it is Suzuka. I get the feeling that's going to be the last race of the championship. The finale will be at Suzuka, replicating the Japanese Grand Prix, finishing the season. Because essentially that's what we're doing here. We're doing a mix of IndyCar and Formula One. The only open wheel series in this game. There is no other open wheel series. And while you can use the Formula Gran Turismo in any, well, almost any event you want, the AI will almost never turn up anywhere with it apart from here. You can see how many thousand miles we've put on it so far. We're nearly 1,700 miles. A real life F1 car wouldn't go anywhere near as long as this. Because like they replace the chassis all the time and everything else, and the engines, while they have a limit on how many engines they can use, they still try and use as many as they're allowed. So we've had the same gearbox, same engine, same chassis, same suspension, same ECU, same gearbox, same differentials, same radiators, same under trays. So this is very unrealistic in that respect. We are marching into the final stretch of this Grand Prix. We're not doing bad at all. I mean, the thing is, I do have a way to get to the end of this series tonight. And I'll leave it up to you guys. Are you enjoying watching me ace-spec these races? Because I do have a way to do an ultra speed blitz to get through the season. I could literally do it tonight. There is one way I can do it. But it would be technically cheating, and technically not cheating at the same time. It would simply involve taking advantage of a secondary mode and a certain way of using the way I'm playing the game. I say, if there's a race I really don't want to do, perhaps I can show it to you all. It's something I'll definitely do. It is the B spec, yes, but it's even more abusive than that, Queen. And I can say I can show you. I say, I mean, if there's a race that I don't want to do, like if a track comes up I really, really don't want to do, I could realistically have done it at Monaco now, think about it, but Monaco's done. But I say, mate, no, here's the thing, Queen. There wouldn't be much commentary needed, and I'll show you why. I'm half tempted to show just because it could be funny, but it would mean like rebooting the emulator afterwards so I don't accidentally save over the game. I mean, I could possibly do it using the save state as well. In fact, that might be a possibility now I think about it. Though having said that, I've had problems on this game with emulators, with using save states, so I might avoid doing that. I'm sure save states are part of the reason why I had a problem with one of my early points of data for this game. Because the B-Spec mode, you can just sit and talk over it, especially if you engage a certain mode. However, there's a way I can go even more abusive than that, which is almost insane. We're into the final 9 laps, so we'll need one more stop and then we'll get to the end and we'll have an idea of exactly what race it is. It might be a race I want to do, and if it's a race I want to do, then great. Well, as long as I can get on as long as I can keep this car on the track first, of course. I've got to do that first. It's certainly something I'd do for the endurance races. The endurance races, I'd make you all laugh on how I can beat them. I can show you. Again, the endurance races we could finish quite easily. It wouldn't be hard at all. There is a way to do it, which is, as I say, a bit broken. And it's nothing to do with the game itself, it's more the way I'm playing the game. It would also be kind of funny just for a kind of an impossible challenge on another route as well. Oh, what the hell? I'm not the only one going off the circuit at least, but wow. Even the computer made a mistake then, and that made me mess up my corner because I wasn't used to seeing them where they were. God, they seem so slow through that corner. Is this why I'm like lapping so much quicker than them and they literally going so much slower through the corners? Almost there. We've just got one more stop. We'll dive into the pits on the next lap and then we'll get through these final few laps and finish this race. Around about 1 hour and 35 minutes I reckon it's going to be when we complete this one. fact, I'm going to box now. I might as well. The tyres will last the lap, so I don't need to. If I box now, I won't even need to fuel. I can turn the fuel straight off. I should have chosen no for refuel then, but that was my mistake. I should have ripped them all out, root and stem. Yeah. See who recognises that random piece of dialogue that I've just quoted. So here we go, chasing them down mercilessly. Hear the boss music, people. Yep, there's the purple car, who's about to get lapped one more time. Out of my way. Keep on battling through, just 4 more laps to go, and then we will be home and dry. Oh, that was a big one. That was a big one, people. That's not how to take that corner. Whoops. Bad driving from me there. 101, people. That would have been an instant write-off and a race under for Rio if there was damage. But as this is not real damage, it doesn't matter to me. So that spin was costly. Nice try, Avian. Nice try. Is that what he said to you? He's like, yeah, whatever, good luck. Good luck with that. I mean, over here in the UK, most underwriters like to finish at, well, most people, even should I say, rather than most underwriters, most people want to finish at noon on Friday. But you've got to keep that motivation factor. You've got to keep going, because you never know when you're going to get that big case that's going to need all the time in the world. Oh, that's annoying. You just missed a sale. Oh, commiserations, Queen. Damn it, that's so annoying. I'm guessing it's not worth buying at full price. Or is it? I don't know. You tell me. Well, don't, because you don't want to give away what game it is. I'm liking the grass at the moment. I've lost my concentration. That's what's happened, people. I've lost my concentration. I've lost my talent. I've lost my touch. But the fact of the matter is, I'm so far ahead, it doesn't really matter. Oh, that's a good point, that Avian. Yeah, maybe Black Friday will come back. That's a fair point. Keep an eye out for deals around that time. You never know what you'll find. Here we are, people. We're about to finish this race, and then we can move on to find out what the next one's going to be. Yep, there we go. They finished 6 laps behind, people. 6 laps. They were 6.5 minutes behind me. That's insane. But as you can see, if it wasn't for me, this World Championship would be quite close. Everybody else are all really close on points, and then I'm like so far in front now that I've practically won the championship. I think a victory at the next race would be the end of the championship. We'd win. They've won the championship. So I was just hearing a really loud noise outside. I wonder what the hell it was. Right, so we're going to quickly back out to the main menu screen, because now we're going to find out what the next race is going to be. And depending on what it is, I might be able to showcase a little bit of an exploit. And yes, check it out. We're now 75.2% complete. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Right, so I have a sneaking suspicion this next race is going to be the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Let's find out. Round 10 takes place in the Gran Turismo universe at Laguna Seca. 85 laps of this. Now, I said I might have a way for us to potentially blitz ahead in the championship and get towards the end of it tonight. And I've raced this circuit a lot. So what I've got an idea of... Oh, hang on, it won't get out of there until I am actually have full control. So this is quite annoying. Right. I'm going to get on pole position for this. Because it's a nice circuit, this. But 85 laps. Well, if you sneezed and woke Brandy, woke her up, let her out. My advice. Oh, get out of the way. So I'll be interested to see what kind of lap time we get here in Laguna Seca in this car. Oh God! Wow, it does not like that corner. This car is horrible through the corkscrew. This car is horrendous through the corkscrew. It has no... You can't get the power down. I almost spun out because the car just wouldn't get the grip of the corner. So let's see what it's like on a full lap. Let's see how fast we can do it. Well, it's so far pretty quick. Yeah, you have to almost tiptoe through the corkscrew. It's not quite tiptoeing through the tulips, mine, but it's still tiptoeing nonetheless. Right, yeah, this is going to be a very, very long race to do. Because even my fastest lap is going to be about 10, maybe a 108 at best. Yeah, so this will be quite a long race to do, normally. Now, this is where... Hang on a second. Right, so there's a state save. Right, excellent. Okay, so I've now got a save state prepared. Right. The thing with this game is you can go into B-Spec mode, right? So you can leave B-Spec Bob, as is known, out to race in pole position. This is how it normally goes, right, in terms of pace. Okay? So here we are. This is Bob taking control of the car, trying to pull away. He's in medium speed mode. Idea being we don't want him to push too hard. We don't want him to blitz. We don't want him to get too far out of bounds, right? So it's quite smooth. It's quite relaxing. You can sit down, you can talk, you can go for everything else, right? Now, back in the day, to cheat, or should I say to save time, this is race director mode. So this is us on the pit wall. We're looking at our data. However, if you hold down L1 and press right, you can double the speed. Press it again, and you can triple the speed. So automatically that looks a bit faster, doesn't it? Well, what if I was to do this? That's right, frame limit at times 1,000. Now the problem with it, as you can see, is Bob is not the best driver. So, in order to do this effectively, what I need to do is I need to build him a lead. So my plan, and I'll leave this up to you in the audience, is to A-spec up to the first pit stop, just to build enough of a gap, and then see if I can drop him down to 2 speed and be able to chop over an hour off the race. So the idea is get out in front as me, the human driver, because I can go a lot faster than he can. I've got a much higher skill level. I am a much, much better driver. If we were a Le Mans partnership, he'd be the gentleman driver, I'd be the ace driver. So if we go out in front of the first stint, in A-spec mode, we can then go into the pits, do my little trick, and at that point be able to essentially watch the race come forward. And if for any reason Bob gets in trouble and we need to take back over just to be able to get the gap back, we can. It's a way to shave off a absolute shed load of time from this mode. If you want to get towards 100%, it's one of the easier ways to do it. Of course, back in the day, people would use the 3 times mode and, like, you know, read books or, you know, play on the PSP or on the Nintendo or on the game or on a Game Boy or whatever at the same time, just as a way to pass the time while waiting for it to pick forward. But thanks to the quality of life improvement that is the emulator and the ability to speed up time, you can change things quite considerably. Because the idea is that if I get a big enough gap for him, I can put the pace down to reduced, you know, like 2 or even 1, which he will find much easier to cope with. As you can see, we've already got quite a decent gap after only 1 lap. And depending on how long the tyres go, we can really build a lap gap. So, for those of you wondering how I got the Formula Gran Turismo off stream, that's how I did it. I imported the cheat to win it, but we could actually do it again, and it wouldn't be a problem. So as you can see now, my fastest lap time is a 108.6. Which is apparently at least 5 seconds a lap faster than the computer, because they've just flashed over the line after 14 seconds. Admittedly, that is going to cost me all the time I've made up, which is somewhat annoying. But a bad lap is okay. You can deal with a bad lap. You can deal with it. And with this, we might even be able to get through this championship tonight. It'll be a matter of get out in front, qualify on pole, or start at the back, depending on which way we want to do it. Get to the front, lead from the front, build a big gap, pass it over to Bob, and then Bob can do all the work for us. Right, that lap time was a bad one. I've just lost 5 seconds. So I'm not going to have gained any time on the computer here, I don't think. At least I shouldn't have. They were about 14 seconds last time. No, I have apparently pulled up 1.5, maybe 2.5 seconds out on the computer, despite the mistake. So you can see the difference in pace that we're getting here. And his lap times won't matter because we're speeding time up that much that will more than offset it. So it's a nice little tactic that. You're basically running the game at 30 times the speed. It's silly. It might not have the most pleasant audio, and I can always turn the audio down if that's the case, people. I'll leave it up to you in the audience. And technically we're not cheating by doing it, you know, because all we're doing is taking the game's feature that allows you to speed up time and giving it a boost. So all we're doing is saving time. We're not actually doing anything else to cheat the game. The only thing we're doing is removing the actual manual waiting. It'd be like if, for example, in Shenmue 2, if you missed a certain thing, you could choose to wait in position, and the clock would just spin around, and then the game would carry on. So we're literally doing the same thing, so it's not even cheating. And I'd say it'd be quite good because I'd say this race is... I enjoy this track, don't get me wrong, but we've done that much on it. It'd be nice to put it to bed, really. Oh, right, we're going through the sand. I missed the apex, so I wasn't even thinking about that one. We're taking the Doncaster roundabout approach. We're going over it. And ironically, that might have saved us a lot of time. In fact, it did. Look at the lap time, 1 minute 7 dead. We actually set a fastest lap by skipping through the sand. And as there's no penalty for that, we could keep doing that to really boost our position. And so I'm quite happy to do it, because it'd be nice to see how much more of the game we can get back to. It'd be a way to blitz the endurance races as well. We'll be able to do a lot of them tonight. It'd be an odd stream because it'd be mostly me talking rather than actually playing the game. I don't know, have you ever seen these people who play these mobile games and half the time you don't play the game itself? You have to let it do things in the background, and when you've earned enough gems you can do something. It's not quite like that, but it's not far off it. Yep, see, taking the course legit. Slow. Skipping over the sand. Fast. It's interesting because we A-spec'd the 1,000 miles, and we could have used this tactic during the 1,000 mile stream. It would have saved us a lot of time. But you know what? We're having fun. Well, at least I am. I'm assuming you guys are having fun. You're still out there. It's like that Pink Floyd song. Is there anybody out there? And everybody's like, no, bugger off, leave us alone. So we've got nearly half a lap advantage now, which gives us a massive boost. Oh! No, that's not going to work. Okay, we're keeping good. The pace is strong. You can see that we're well clear of the opposition now. I reckon we've got another 2 laps, maybe 3 at these tyres. And then I can end my race, having done my fast stint, and pass it over to the endurance drivers. I'm the fast driver. I'm the one you call into action to dig you out of a hole with high-speed driving. I mean, if you want to have some fun, Queen, I've got an idea. Before we engage the ultra high speed mode, I've had a rather funny idea, and I'm going to see if it'll work. Because if I do, it could be quite entertaining to watch. So I've had a rather silly idea. Yeah, 1 more lap and then we're in the pits. Because I built a very, very big lead for Bob. That's right, give me that slipstream up the hill. As they keep kicking up the dust because they like to push the circuit as much as they can. And we're going into the box. Right, so if we go to B-spec mode. So we've got a driver change here, people. We're not going to see my guy hop out of the car, unfortunately. That's not going to happen. Right, by the time this is done, the fueling might be to maximum anyway. Yeah, that's fine. Right, get ready. Here's my crazy idea. First of all, I want the cameras to change. Right, perfect. So I put it on cruise mode. So it's looking quite leisurely at the moment, isn't it? How does it look, though? Like this. Oh yes, here he goes, people. Oh, this is ultra high speed racing here. Look at how fast he's taking this on. Yeah, this is real fast forward mode. Oh yes. Bear in mind, he's in cruise home mode here. He's not even going at high speed. He's in cruise home mode and he's going so quickly. Oh, he's gone back into the pits. What's he gone back into the pits for? Right, well that's fucked things right up. Right, I see what happened there. If you press circle, it means pit, and if you press triangle, it means overtake. So I've just thrown away a 30-second lead there with that, but it just shows how much speed we had, because we've been able to stop twice before they've even stopped once. So now we're in a genuine race here, people. They're catching us up. So the question is, just how well are they going to catch us up? We shall see. Bob had one job. Oh, wow, someone went off in the background. You see that then? That high-speed collision at the back. Someone literally ploughed off the highway. He went straight into the wall. No messing about. But they're all in the pits now, so now we've got our pit stop back. So all the hard work that I did and went wrong has now come back to us because they tried to make their tyres last far too long. So this is the ultra high speed mode here, people. Yes, Bob flying hard as he goes into the corkscrew, kicking up the dust, working very hard indeed. Yes, we are following the lead car as he's churning up the dust here at Laguna Seca in California. Yes, if you watch the replay, there was a car that flew off into the barricade and you saw it literally, the dot stuck to the far right-hand side, Queen. That's how you knew it had gone off the circuit. So it's nice to see the AI making mistakes in this game. So you can see just how fast we're going here. And I say I can change the pace at any time. I can make him speed up. But right now there's no real reason to because he's going at a decent level. He's going at high speed. And yeah, we're easily cruising home here because as I say, he's doing 1:17 as his lap time at the moment. But it's not taking anywhere near this long because if you run a clock, you can see just how different it is. The speed-wise, it's so much faster. Now, as I say, that's in this mode. But if we're going to race monitor mode, look at how fast it is when we put it into triple speed. Just look at the state of that. Look at the lap counter. Their lap times are much faster than Bob's, but Bob's that far ahead that it's not a big deal, and then they keep making mistakes like that. So Bob's making all the time back. So Bob in cruise mode is actually having this really easy. And and the good thing is that with Bob's approach at the moment, it's almost like he's allowing his tyres to go much longer. So we definitely want to refuel. We want fuel back in the car. So he's used. Look at how fast the pit stop was. So this is making life much quicker, isn't it, people? This is how you win a race. Because they all seem to be going off the circuit due to making mistakes, and Bob's just like in cruise mode. Absolutely caning it. They're all flying off the circuit, and he's like, okay, whatever. So we just lap somebody, by the looks of it. And they've unlapped themselves. The cheeky bugger. How dare you unlap yourself behind Bob? So yeah, so this is the fastest way you can basically play this game if you want to get through it without having to sit back and wait a long time. Yes, their lap times are much faster than Bob's, but the problem is they're making so many mistakes that Bob's flying past them all. And he's getting quite a lot of laps out of the tyres. He's getting about 11 or 12 laps at the moment. So yeah, one more time. See, there's the proof. Look at the difference between the fuel going into the car. Did you see how much faster it was? This is ridiculous. This is like ultra speed racing. There we go. Thank you. Okay. And I say, because Bob's in cruise home mode, he's not actually, he's not pushing the car. And it means that he's not going off the circuit. So he's keeping his tyres. His gap's decent. He's pulling out enough of a lead. Okay, so they're going to finish on the lead lap. They're not going to get lapped. Oh no, what a problem. You know what I mean? It's not a big deal, is it? What would you rather do? Have a car that's going all over the place or a car that's absolutely fine? And you can see with the gaps at the bottom, the numbers between, it tells you how big they are in feet. So you can see we're constantly like 4,000 feet plus. So we're well clear. So by the time they're getting anywhere near to us, we're already miles in front. So we're absolutely slaying them. See, we're already up to the 49th lap, people. Can you believe? We're about to start the 50th lap. Thanks to B-Sweat mode. See, apparently we've been racing for 1 hour and 3 minutes, people. We apparently have been racing for an hour. And don't forget, 10 laps of that was me at the wheel. So my race time would have been a lot faster than Bob's, but while they're very close to him, all of a sudden it turns out they're nowhere near him because they've unlapped themselves. And they're like, oh, they've realised that they're way behind. Now, he has made a mistake then. He did go off the circuit briefly. And I don't know if that's because he was trying to lap that guy in front of him, which is what I think's happened. He was trying to lap the second place car, and that made him make a mistake, which is frustrating. But then I just realised I put him on fast mode. I put him on fast rather than steady, so I've actually burned the tyres out. So we built a gap at least. We built a gap, but now we're back in the pits. I mean, how fast is this for you people out there at the moment? That was less than a minute. So now that we're in cruise mode, just how good is the actual, just how fast are we talking in terms of the overall performance here? Yes, it's pretty effing fast. You're not wrong, exactly. We're absolutely slaying it. And Bob is more than earning his paycheck here. He's also going to get a stupid amount of experience because he's not only A-specking, but he's B-specking, sorry, in the Formula 1 Championship, which is the more difficult one. And as you can see, because he's not pacing, he's not going as fast, his tyres have lasted longer. He's got an extra 3 laps out of the tyres. In fact, I think we're probably going to only need one more pit stop. So there we go. So we're almost there, people. We are at the fastest. We are blitzing this championship because we're not even playing it. Isn't this fun, people? The answer is yes, because we're absolutely caning the game. The game doesn't know what to do. It's like, how are you doing this? And all I'll have to do is very quickly change the thing back when we get to the ending. So all I'll do, and I'm waiting for this. Yes, I'm doing my best Akihiko. All I'll do is when we get to literally the final couple of corners after the corkscrew, I'll turn back the frame limiter just so we don't have a problem with data at the end of the race.
But yes, this is a mode, Avian. I'll explain how this all works in a moment. I'll explain how it all works, but first of all, I just need to make a minor change. So as you can see, so they've only finished a lap behind. It took nearly 2 hours with Bob running at that mode. So in real time, I'd have been waiting there for maybe 45 minutes or so. Something like that. It'd been about 40 minutes. But because of the way I've done it, that's won the championship, by the way. We're now champions. We've got more than the points available as a buffer. We cannot be caught. We are officially the Formula Gran Turismo champions. We are champions. Now, I'll explain how this all works in a minute, Avian. But what I need to do is I need to quickly, first of all, find out what the next race is going to be. So, before I do that, we'll back out. Yep, so the 10th race, we won. But we won by taking advantage of a feature in the way I'm playing the game. So, now that we've won that, we are now 75.3% complete. Yeah. Oh, we're winning here, aren't we, people? So, on to round 11. And round 11, where is this going to take us? Where are we going to be racing from? We're going to be racing at Twin Ring Motegi. So, I'm going to qualify, and I'm going to do the first stint of the race. The reason I want to do that, Avian, is just so I can build enough of a gap for Bob. Because again, those of us in the GT4 community at the time called him B-Spec Bob. That was the name we came up with for him. I don't know where we got the name B-Spec Bob from, but it's been something that's endearing forever. Everyone calls him Bob in the community. Hard-working driver. Most players will freely admit that he carried them to half of their race victories. Now, we've got a problem. If I spin out like that on my own, we're going to be in serious bother here. Oh, and he's smacked me off the circuit, the git. Right. Okay. So, now that I've made my mistake here, I've never actually driven this circuit in an F1 car. Never. But my idea is to A-spec the first stint, just so we can build a gap, and then hand over to Bob. That's the idea. So I'm going to qualify, because I want to be at the front of the grid, because this has a rolling start. Despite the circuit having all the slots that allow you to have a grid start, the game just doesn't have them. One of the nuances of Gran Turismo you just have to get used to, they like their rolling starts. But at least in this game, you're not 45 seconds behind the leader on a rolling start, which is everyone's frustration with the more recent games. So, we're going to go and set a lap time here at Twin Ring Motegi. I mean, I'm half tempted to trust Bob from the start, but I don't want to risk it. Yeah, what I did last time was dip my toe in the gravel there, and that spat me out. So here we go. So there's 64 laps of this race, and as I say, for me, the lap times are in the 1 minute, like 25s, I reckon. So we're going to have to put up with the first stim. I said about 125s, we're going to be slightly longer than that. But that's okay, because it's fast enough for pole position. Now,
Going to do a quick save here because I'm actually going to trust Bob from the start. So the way this works, Avian, is simple because I can always reload it. Like putting in Bob's control, this is how the game normally looks. Okay? Normally looks like this. That's how you'd normally put it in play, right? So you have the nice little camera feature. All looks kind of cool, okay? But if I hit R1, we're going to the pit box mode. So this is us. We're sat on the pit wall. We've got our driver out there doing his job. If I hold down L1 and then press right twice, the game timer triples. So that's already quite fast, okay? But watch this. If I remove the frame limiter, it goes like that. Now at any time I can jump back into the car just to build us a gap if it's needed. But the question is, will the AI be able to pass Bob? If they can, we're in trouble. If they can't, we're not even going to need to do a race. So you can see how much quicker this is. We're already, according to this, at 10 minutes in the race, and they've just got past Bob. So I'm going to need to go into the car at the next point. So I'm waiting for his pit stop to appear, and that's appeared now. Okay, actually, yeah. So I want him to come in second position. But what I'm going to do is I'm not going to refuel. I'm going to switch to A-Spec mode. This is where I'm going to try and gain some time by abusing the fact that they will stop for fuel and I won't. This is me gambling on a low fuel strategy. Ah, interesting. They mustn't have stopped for fuel either. That's the only way they gain that time back. So I'm going to build Bob a gap. That's what I'm going to do. That's my intention here. My intention is to catch up to this guy, pass him, and disappear. Won't recommend driving around me out there, mate. This is where I'm now going to build us a gap. This is my stint where I need to pull away. I trusted Bob and he didn't do too badly, but it wasn't enough. So evidently he's better defending a gap rather than creating one. And that's fine, because he's my reliable driver, whereas I'm the pace driver. I need burn the tyres, go as fast as possible, make all the time in the world up. See, best lap time there at 1:33.5. That was his fastest lap as the leader. 1:33. Considering that I've only just left the pit and had to wait for the pit lane limiter to leave, so I was under pit lane speed limiter at one point, and I've just taken 2 seconds out of him. That's how much difference 3 versus 4 or 5 is. It's literally seconds a lap. It makes no sense when you think about it. It's not very good driving. So because of this, I'm not building a gap when I'm off the road. I don't know how I get control of that then. I'm not going to complain now. So my intention here is to just go as fast as possible and build a huge lap, because then from there I can let Bob take the reins, keep him on condition speed 3, and then cruise to the end. Now unfortunately they didn't expand this mode in this game. I understand, I think it was in Gran Turismo 5 there was an expanded B-Spec mode, and I love the mode where you act more like a manager and you decide the strategy for your driver. You know, you're telling them where to like speed up and slow down. On the PS5, if you got a headset, certain games had interactivity with your commands. So it'd be awesome to be sat there, you know, if they managed to get the sensors correct for the voices, where you could say, like, you know, speed mode alpha, speed mode beta, speed mode delta to set the pace and actually control using voice commands. That could actually be quite entertaining for people to enjoy. It'd be quite an immersive experience. But you can see I've already pulled a gap of more than 13 seconds out. That's the difference between A-spec driving and B-spec driving. Because I'm pushing the car in ways that the AI doesn't know how to. Because I drive in a very different way to the AI, which is natural because I'm a human being. I don't focus on a maximum speed per corner and an exact line that's razor sharp every time. I'll take varying lines. I'll apply the throttle in different ways. If I was using a manual box, I'd use different gears. You know what I mean? But you can already see a colossal difference in pace. If I'm going literally 6 seconds a lap faster than the computer, then I'm going to give us a huge advantage. And as long as I avoid making the mistake I did at Laguna Seca of activating the pit rather than overtake, I'll be alright. Oh, did it again. I hit that curb and that curb spits you out. It's almost like a wet curb. You lose a lot of grip for some reason. Normally the rumble strips on the outside, you can ride them and you'll find grip, but that one doesn't have any. And again, that's quite consistent with real life, because certain curbs on the outside will cause you problems, whereas other curbs, they encourage you to attack them. It's just the way that the curbs are designed per corner. Every corner's different. But you can already see a huge gap that's opened up now that I've taken the reins for a short while, which will help us blitz the race in a minute. As I say, my tyres so far are hanging on, so I might be able to do another 5 or so laps, and by that point we'll have a gap that's easily big enough to defend for Bob. And unless I'm an absolute pillock when it comes to going into the pits next time around, we'll do it with ease. And again, I might be able to even put him on cruise home mode and save pit stops, because the gap's that big. This time I avoided attacking that curb, and it made my grip much better. Yeah, we're going well so far. Wide line, not the best line, but we got away with it. Yay, fastest lap, awesome. Let's say the tyres are holding on beautifully at the moment. I'm quite surprised at the tyres. Not that I'm complaining, it's a good thing. Yep, that time I rode the curb and much more aggressively. We got away with it. Yeah, they're about 30 seconds adrift of me now. They're not even close. And as a result of that, we are building the gap we need to be able to motor on towards the end. We will abuse the B-spec mode. That's what we will do. Oh, nice. I've just taken over a second now, my best time. Well, if you take over a second out your best time, how can anyone argue with that? Right, I think this lap's where I'm going to pit him. Especially if I opened up another 6 seconds on the field again. So it's not like we're in danger of being passed now, is it? We shouldn't be anyway. So we'll get a fast in lap here, and then with that we will get some fuel in the car, refuel, activate what we need, and go, go, go. So here we go, fast pit mode. Fast pit stop, go Burt. And now we attack. Just while we get our lap times up, and I want to see what the difference in lap times are, because if the lap times are big, well, they've all gone into the pits now, so that's kind of useful. So now that we've got a gap, I'm just going to briefly put the thing down to cruise, just to see what the difference is going to be. And if they're taking too much time out of them, I can always put it back up. So I mean, so I think I'm just going to leave them on 3 for now, just to maintain the gap more than anything. Yeah, see the gap, the lap times are now coming much, much closer. But interestingly, he's already at a pit stop. I'm quite surprised by that. Might as well fuel him. This might be a race where I need to get behind the wheel again here, people. Well, let's see. Yeah, that's it. That he's actually come out behind. So I am actually going to need to get into. I am going to need to get behind the wheel again. He's not good enough at this circuit. That's surprising. At this circuit, he's not good enough. But let's see. You know, let's not write him off just yet. He stopped on lap 26. So let's see what his pit stops are here again. Because I only did 7 laps. So I burned the tyres a lot faster than he did. But I was also lapping a hell of a lot quicker. Right, I'm going to jump back in the car. Yeah, because you see, he's actually cost us quite a bit of time. But if they're going into the pits on the next lap, I can now build a huge gap. So essentially, you need to build, realistically, about a minute gap. So it's interesting. We're tag teaming this one, people. It's a tag team assault. His stints aren't as fast as mine, but his stints are longer. But the problem is, we're making too many mistakes like that. That's poor driving. I did not need that. I needed much, much, much better than that. But that's down to me and nobody else. So, let's get past you. I'm gonna take you here. I'm not gonna mess around and wait for you. Oh God, these tyres. There's no grip. These tyres are not warming up at all. Oh God, so much understeer. Wow, this has not worked out well at all. I need my tyres to get up to temperature pronto. I've been struggling to get past this guy. Something they say it's obviously a track where the AI are stronger, Swimmer and Mategi. It must be a circuit where they've got good AI. Apart from the fact they brake way too soon now. But they've now gone into the pits, so this is my chance to stretch my lead. Here we go. It's time for me to leave these people in my dust. I need at least 45 seconds in terms of a lead, I reckon, to avoid getting chased down. So what I want to do is on the next lap, I want to see what kind of gap I've got. So if they're doing 133s and I'm doing 127s, that should easily be obtained in this pit stop window. As you can see, I've already got a huge gap thanks to them being in the pits in the first place. Now the gap looks to be around about 30 seconds at the moment by my maths. But what we need to do is get much, much faster than that. You can definitely see where the gap for the human is easier to get the lap time from. We don't drive in the same way as the AI. Yeah, there we go, much better. Maybe it's not going to be 30 seconds, it might be less. Yeah, it's more like 25. Right, okay. Hammer time, people. I'm liking this. It's actually kind of an interesting way of driving it, isn't it, people? To see the difference between the pace of the AIB driver and the A driver I am. You see, you can definitely see that I'm much more aggressive in my driving. I'm a lot faster. And while I burn through more tyres, I seem to develop a lot more pace to defend the gaps. Whereas Bob seems to follow more the AI approach, but just doesn't quite have the talent at this moment in time to hold on to them. But let's not forget, he's a relatively rookie driver. I've not used him very much. In a traditional playthrough of this game, and I used him a lot more than I have in this mode. Another 26 lap dead, that's good. fast that is. Yeah, now they're at 32.5 to nearly 33 seconds of drift. A few more laps of this and we'll have enough in the tank, I reckon, to let Bob drive to the end. And that'd be awesome. As I say, it's been a good use of our time. We're building through the races. We've almost done 4 races live tonight. I'm half tempted to keep going to finish the championship because it's easier to do. And I'm not at work tomorrow morning, people. Oh yeah. Isn't that a nice novelty? And that's British morning, not Canadian. Nice. We are attacking this as much as we dare. Oh, we're off circuit. That's not good. That's not good at all. I did not need that. Can't wait until next weekend. What have you got planned for next weekend then? Anything special? I'm seeing my mum next weekend actually. I'm going to be spending the Saturday with my mum and I'm going to be overnighting there, so I'll be back on the Sunday. I'll be taking care of some important stuff. Ah, 3-day weekend, always nice. 3-day weekends are very, very welcome indeed. I need to try and hold out for another 4 laps if I can, because if I do that I'll be able to stop and make sure that Bob doesn't need to pit again. But that was not a good lap. I was still faster than the computer admittedly, so it's not too bad, but I made too many mistakes on that lap. Still, we are far in front. .43 seconds, almost there. I need to get to the magic 45 if I can, and to do that I'm going to need to try and avoid stopping again, so this is going to be a tricky one this. It's just a matter of trying to hold my grip together, get fast enough. I mean, we're already world champions, so it wouldn't even matter if Bob came last. But I don't want to come last. That's not my mantra. I don't enter races to come last and fall over the line. That's not the way it works. Oh, not good. Damn it. All the effort undone. Right, we're going to have to cut our losses and go for it, because the tyres are going to... Well, actually, no, because if I do that, Bob's going to have to stop twice. And I can't risk that. Right. We're going to stick it out for one more lap. We're going to go for it. If I need to, I'll take over and win it from behind. But I'd like to win it with only one more stop. I should have still gained some time because they're at 131 and they'll be down in the 133s. So as long as I don't fall below that, we should still be gaining time, and that's important. But I want to try and do one more lap if I can. If being the key word. You can definitely see I'm being a bit more intense with this one, can't you, people? I'm determined to make this strategy work. Determination is a good thing, as long as you do it properly. Yep, 47, 48, 50 seconds, not bad. Good. One more time. If I can make it stick out one more lap, we're in a good position. Because then I can basically make it so he ignores the pits on his final lap. So as long as I don't fall into the 134s, and I'm not far off. This could be a bridge too far, this. Oh, that's what I was afraid of happening. My tyres have died. Shite. This could be the killer blow to the strategy. Depends how much time I lose. Listen to those tyres, people. Yeah, I've lost 15 seconds. This has completely killed the strategy. So, my plan is trust Bob, and if needs be, we'll burn from behind. Because these tyres are well and truly cooked. In fact, right, that's made the decision for me. I'm ace-backing it. I'm gonna guarantee that I can do it with one more run. I'm gonna ace back for 5 laps. I'm gonna ace back 5 laps. That's what I'm gonna do. If I ace back 5 laps, I can make all that time back easily. That's right. Come on. Get the fuel in. That'll do nicely. I don't need any more than that. Because these guys are going to stop in a couple of minutes. My idea here is to get fast enough ahead so I can cost them a load of time. Ah, 3-day weekend this weekend, do you, Avian? Well, that's amazing. You enjoy it. I say, I've already got a pit stop ahead of them because these guys are going to have to stop again at least once, if not once more, after this. So my idea is simple. If I need to make 2 stops, I'm going to pull the gap now. See off Monday due to the Remembrance weekend. We don't actually get a day off for Remembrance Day, oddly enough. We don't get a day off for it. Well, tomorrow apparently there's going to be an issue tomorrow in London because apparently obviously there's a Remembrance Day like marches as usual, but there's apparently a protest march going on due to what's going on in the Middle East at the moment, and there's rumours that there's a potential it could get clashes on both sides that no one wants. I really hope that doesn't happen. It's the last thing anyone needs. Oh yeah, but I did not need to do that. I needed a clean exit then. Because if I can do 5 laps of this, I will be more than fast enough to make all the time up that we need. So I like the fact that this track's been challenging. It's been a challenging race, this one, using Bob. But Bob still shaved a lot of time off it. Because we're at nearly 11:15 my time. And we're almost on our way through the final race of tonight, the 4th race. So we might be able to get another one in. As you can see that the lap times that I do are miles faster than the computer. So I don't want to run into the situation I ran into last time, which is where the tyres simply couldn't take it. Because the pace I deliver is so much faster than the field. Okay, cool. Now we're flying. So now we're already back to 40 seconds in the lead. So despite the mistakes made, we've been able to go through it. And you reckon the banks will get the day off, eh, Queen? Well, I mean, they won't over here because again, it's not a holiday. It's strange because you think it would be with all the like reverence that gets given around, but no, not this time. Now we're making smoke. Oh no, not what I needed. Car ran out of grip. Understeered off the road. So it sometimes feels like the car just is prone to understeering. I can understand that actually, Queen. I don't know if the same mentality applied over here, but yeah, I get it. You know, it's not just to be seen as a day off work, but it's actually something that people do things for. I can comprehend that for sure. Over here, I don't think it's ever really seen that way, but then again, certain things are. It's just one of those things. Because over here it's basically the Sunday around about the 11th is when we do it. So that's usually traditionally the day. But as the 11th falls on a weekend, they might actually be doing the traditional marches and remembrances tomorrow. Well, again, I'll be honest, I've not really kept much tabs on it because I've not got much of a interest in it personally. Not being controversial, it's just that I kind of stay out of it. .52-second lead now. This is good. When the tyres go, I am boxing because we've got sufficient gap now, as far as I can see, and that's what we need. It's the gap. Oh, nice, a 1:25.5. It's that fastest time by a long way. Very fast indeed, that. Oh, wow, Avian, that's something I've never done myself. So the one thing I do remember is the ending to the TV show Blackadder Goes Forth, where they accidentally created one of the greatest tributes I've ever seen, by pure accident. I might need to stick this out because I'm losing too much time now. The car's going off the road a lot. Although according to this they're nearly a minute behind me, so let's wait and see. They've just lost 10 seconds. This is going to be a terrible lap. Yeah, that was an awful lap. That was not needed. I did not need that. That makes sense about the poems. Right, I'm going to have to box this lap. Those tyres look pretty dead, and I can't risk another lap like last time happened. So there might be a need for me to A-spec the ending to this race. But let's give it a try. Oh, what the hell? Nope, I'm going to have to A-spec it. The car screwed up going into the pits. Still, the advantage is on the next stop, I will be able to switch to Bob for the final bit. Because I should easily have a full, like half, or I should easily have about 50 seconds. And with any luck, I might be able to pit at a similar time to them to get him on sync. So according to this, they're 35 seconds adrift at the moment. So if I breeze through these now and avoid making too many mistakes, I'll be able to hand over to Bob with about a minute and 10 as a lead, and that should easily be enough for him to cruise it home. Admittedly, I said without mistakes, and look at that. Understeered off because of the ice cold tyres. I'm going to weave and get heat in the tyres. Because these tyres are the ice cold variant, they're not as gripper. So let's keep going. That's much better. Yeah, see, I lost about 4 seconds on them then. Not a good result at all. I need better than that. That's more like it. Almost quitting time for you, is it, Evian? Just got to hang in there for a little while longer. Nice, they're 40 seconds adrift now. Understeer again! Oh, I hate it when that happens. Random understeer. Car just loses all grip. Yes, we can do it. That's completely correct, Queen. Yes, we can. And the 29's not ideal. Needed to be much faster than that, but that random understeer moment screwed me over, just like that one did. Luckily, I've been able to power it out, so that's okay. And on this lap, they're going to go into the pits, so my idea is to try and get... because they're going to need to do no more stops after this. So this is where I need to build a colossal gap. if my plan is to work. Because they should be going into the pits now. There they go. So that's them boxing to the end of the race. So admittedly, when I box, Bob won't have to come out either. He won't have to stop again. So I will be able to hand over the reins to him. So what I need to do now is just go a couple of laps more. Keep on building the gap. And then chuck Bob in the seat. Remove the frame limiter, and then less than a minute later we'll be done. Save ourselves some time. Nice. So some of them are coming out nearly a lap down, which is not what I'm aiming for. I'm not aiming to lap the field. It's just more a case of try and get past them as quick as possible. Out of my way, you idiot. Stop costing me time. Also, this way, it might be better just to ace back into the end because we're not that far off. But I'd like to have Bob take the checkered flag again. He's not been as useful in this race, but he's certainly been helpful. He's definitely occupied more time, which is a good thing. Give him a few laps to go absolutely ham. Kind of to give me a slipstream, thank you very much. That's the guy who's in second place, nearly a lap down. That's exactly what I need for Bob to be able to finish the race for me. Ideally, that's the gap I should have built in the first place. Because with that, we'd easily have enough time. Bye-bye. See you a lap down. And a new fastest lap as well. And then I go off the circuit, undoing all my hard work. Always the way. Right, time to pass him again. Yay, you made it, Adrian, that's awesome. You made it to the end. I'm going to close him down just so I can get near him, possibly get past him, and then pit on the end of this lap. Because what I want to do is I want to be in a position to make sure Bob can get to the end. I'm not sure that was entirely necessary of me then, but it's good. So what I'll do now is I will very quickly get into the box, change the bob, and let him have the final few laps. And we won't need to refuel because we've got more than enough fuel to get to the end of the race. And this time I'm going to take my time going into the pits, so I don't have a repeat of what happened last time where the car decided to get stuck in reverse. So here we go. And because it's Bob's only time on screen, I'm not actually going to put it in the 3 times mode. We're going to watch him do it live. So here we go. He's coming out to drive, and this is his final chance in the saddle. Oh yeah. So look how fast this goes when you're running in this mode. It's ridiculous how fast the speed is. Who says the PS2 can't do high frame rates? Now, something rather interesting I've just noticed is the fact that it says speed limit all the time. That's the only problem. You can't do the whole unless... Ah, there you go. Yep, change view and you get rid of speed limit. So it even works in B-Spec mode. How cool is that? So I say, we've just seen him do his victory lap. Now, let's go into triple speed mode. They have 11,000 feet to close down. It's not going to happen. They're not going to do it. And all I'll do is... Are they serious? They're pitting on this lap. So pitting literally the lap before the end of the race. So they've all finished the lap down. Most people have lost a lap because they pitted literally on the last few seconds. And it sounds like mosquitoes, Avian. Can assure you that's not the plan. But yes, so for whatever reason they pitted on the final lap. So as a result of that, Bob lapped the field, technically. The guy in second technically didn't show up as a lap down, but he should have. So, that's silly. So, another 100,000 in the bank. We've done it again. And we're going to back out in order so that we can save our game again. We have won round 11, so we've got rounds 12, 13, and 14, and 15. So we've still got a long way to go in this championship, but we're 75.5% complete now. Oh yeah. So I wonder where the next race takes place. Let's find out. Race 12 at the Formula Gran Turismo Championship. It takes place. Round 12. And here it is. The Nürburgring Nordschleife. And it's 15 laps. Because of this, I'm not qualifying. I'm going to gamble on A-specking from the back of the grid. I'm going to try and pass everyone on track and then build a gap. Now, with only 15 laps, the question is just how long can the tyres last? Can we do more than one lap? Can we do 2 laps per pit stop? That's the question. If we're going to do 2 laps, we're going to be okay. If it's not 2 laps, then it's going to be awkward as hell. But this is one of the most challenging tracks in the world, and I'm taking it on in the Formula Gran Turismo. I am Nicky Lauda, trying to dominate James Hunt. And I'm not doing a very good job of it so far. That was a very bad start. Oh, God. Right, those high bumps are terrible for this car. They spin the car out. So the high bumps are not good. Going for it. Come here. Oh, I think I got punted. I think I just got hit on the backside by somebody. I heard the tap, you know, a little tapping noise. I'm trying to avoid crashing into him. That's my issue here. Gotta strike while the iron's hot and go, go, go. Notoriously bumpy. In this car, this circuit is going to be murder. But I tell you what, it's bloody fun. This is the real driver's graduation. This is where you'll know if you know if you're any good as a driver. Can you tame the Nordschleifer in the Formula Gran Turismo? If you can, you're a good driver. And I expect the AI to be very good at this circuit. They usually are. And the problem as well is because the map is so big, it's incredibly difficult to know just how far ahead you are. But right now they're sticking right with me. I am not getting away. I think this is one that's going to need ace backing. Unless they are terrible on their tyre wear. That's the only thing that might make him. Meanwhile, good evening, Rose saying back at it. We are indeed. And we have been using a minor exploit. But I don't think it's going to be much use here on this circuit. You join me on one of the hardest circuits in the world. Now the question is, will my tactic work? Can you wall ride in the Gran Turismo? Yes, you can. You can wall ride in the Formula Gran Turismo. You can save all the time. Which I'm going to need because of the way I've taken that corner there. Got away with that. That could have been much, much worse. This circuit you can't switch off on. You have to go all out attack all the time. It is notoriously hard. Oh, so I mean, I barely even touched that curb and it spun me out. And wall ride is cheating, yes, but there's one problem. The game lets me do it. It's not cheating if the game lets me do it. Much like using goat dolls to beat Ragu Ragala in Wild Arms. Game let me do it. I did it. My only hope here is that I can actually do better than the AI for pit stops, because right now I'm not breaking away. Now admittedly I've made a couple of mistakes and that's not going to help. That's really not going to help. But that's because of me and my driving. This circuit is very hard. This is easily the hardest circuit in this game. By a long, long way. And how am I doing? Absolutely fine. I'm doing okay at the moment, Rose. Just trying to keep my car in the game on this. So I apologise if I'm not exactly reading the chat all the time. On a circuit like this, there's not many places I can switch off. But here is one. I can relax here. And you can see just how close they are. Right, it's a few seconds though, so with any luck, we can start to try and break away. It's time to gas, gas, gas. Got to step on the gas. But yeah, see a lap time of 5:43. And despite how long that circuit is, I've only gained 6 seconds. I've gained barely anything on them. Now admittedly, I came from behind, so that's going to mitigate some of the damage in terms of the lap time. But I didn't actually pull away once I caught up, and that's the problem. Now, the AI on this game doesn't rubber band. And it's not rubber banding. It's not one of those where once you get in front they start lapping at impossible rates to catch up to you. It doesn't do that. This game doesn't have rubber band AI. So because of that, you really have to work hard to get through. Now I will be very surprised if I'm able to get away with not pitting in a minute. I'm expecting that I'll need to pit at the end of this lap. I'll be very, very surprised if the tyres last 3 laps. Because it is just such a notoriously hard circuit. On the tyres, on the car, on the mind. So I mean, I barely even touched the wall then. Not the wall, sorry, I barely even touched the curb. I barely even touched it. And it sent me out. It spat me out. Because this car is not designed for this circuit. It's not designed for a circuit so bumpy and so undulating. It really is a true challenge. This is the kind of race that I expect this series to be all about. Incredibly tight AI and a track that knows when you are, a track that will chew you up and spit you out. And there is no guiding line, there is no radar, there is just you and the circuit. If you want to be able to be good at this circuit, you have to learn it. You have to learn to love it. And to be fair, I do love it. I do love this circuit. It's an awesome circuit. It's just also extremely easy to get yourself terminally destroyed. And yes, you're not wrong actually, Rose. The old Need for Speed games had terrible rubber banding. They would rubber band worse than anything you ever see. Damn it. That's going to cause me a problem, but I might just get away with it. And as you can see, the tyres now, they're in yellow condition. I'm not taking any chances here. I'm pitting at the end of this lap. I am going for the pits. I don't care what the AI does. If the AI is somehow able to drive 3 laps of this circuit, so be it. I'm going to deploy my war ride again, just to try and give myself a little bit of breathing space. It's not going to get me a lot, but it gets me some. You did laps of this on GTA... was that GT5 or GTA 5? I always ask that because there's an emoticon that's blocking some of the text on my live chat. And when I'm glancing over, I've not got much chance to move it across. It's a weird flaw in the design of the live chat on the preview thing they've got here for streaming. I don't know why they've done it. It's really annoying. No, get back to the circuit. Get back to the circuit now. Go. This is a very, very difficult challenge, this one. Yeah, so it was on GTA 5. If someone managed to make this in GTA 5, that's pretty awesome. Oh god, these tyres are going to be shredded. I'm going to really struggle to make some corners up ahead. I've just got to be really patient on the throttle. Try and keep that gap alive. See, a little bit of gap and a little bit of braking there has allowed me to keep the car relatively alive, but not by much. You can see the tyres are absolutely gone. So this is one circuit where qualifying is not going to get you much help, because you have to spend about 10 minutes to qualify. So I mean, the tyres just let go for no reason. Luckily, I found some tarmac, and that enabled me to keep going, but yeah. I've no idea how much time I've got on the field, But I've got to be, I can't rest. I can't take it easy. This is one I'm going to have to ace back. I can't trust Bob for this one. Ah, so you know exactly what I'm talking about, Avian, the heart of Motorcon. That's what I have. And I don't know why it's there. It's like, I think it's designed so you can tap it and go, oh, I love the chart kind of thing. Right, I'm going to gamble on no fuel. I think they've all come into the pits at the same time as me. It looks like it to me. It looks like they've all pitted at the same time. Oh, that's horrible. You tap it and it expands. Right, memo to me, do not go anywhere near it. Right, okay. That's fine. Yeah, you get more emoticons when you tap it. I'll leave it alone then. I don't want to go anywhere near it. Last thing I want to do is to trigger this to give me a lot more flood of stuff that I don't want. I deliberately let off the gas on the brakes then. The moment I touched that curb, I thought the best thing to do here is roll, freewheel. Yeah, you never forget Nicky Lauda thinking of this circuit. And of course, like, he made this his own. He was like the only driver in the 70s to go sub 7 minutes. Nowadays road cars do that, but back in the 70s when the engines were still not at the right level and the downforce was not a thing and the way the roads were designed weren't as good, and there was no power steering and all that kind of, and there was no sequential gearboxes or anything like that, it shows just how much effort it would have taken to get a car around here like that. Totally different time. It's why you can't really compare drivers from eras. You can say who you think are your best drivers, but you can't really say who is the greatest of all time, because there's just so many different things. Like Juan Manuel Fangio versus Ayrton Senna, it'd have been a race for the ages, but there's no way it was going to be possible, because Ayrton was so many years after Manuel, and they drove totally different machinery around tracks that were completely different standards, with different tyres and everything else. It's like, it's one of the great ones. You can't really compare any sports from any era. You have to celebrate them for who they were and who they raced, or when you went off again on the pitch or whatever, or in the ring. We've got a bit of a gap, so I'm just going to make sure I protect it. That's literally the only way to do this. It's going to be a very defensive race, this. It's almost like I'm defending, but that's a good thing. Right, into the wall. Any advantage we can get, we're going to take. I say I'd love to give Bob a run out, but I just don't trust him to have the skill for this circuit, because the pace of the AI is just too good. So Bob's going to sit this one out. But what a way to end the stream with a run through the Nordschleife. That's a great way to wrap things up, potentially. A lot of it's going to depend on what the race after this is. If the race after this is one I can trust Bob for, I can use an exploit. But I daren't give it to him right now. I daren't give him the keys to the car. Okay, so far so good. This feels a bit more like it. If I can build a big enough gap, I might be able to give Bob a go out. If I can build a big enough gap, then it might be possible, but we'll have to see. A lot of it's going to depend on how quickly it takes them to get onto the next lap. Once I've got a gauge, I'll be able to decide. Because even if he just gives me a break from the focus that I need. So a lot of it, see, I've just taken an absolute shed load of time out of my fastest lap. An absolute shed load. I'm just keeping an eye on where their next sector is going to be. It's going to be somewhere around here. Apparently it's about 25 seconds. If I can keep it about that time, then it might be worth a shot. Just to give Bob a run out, just to see what his pace is like. Because it might be one where he's able to keep the car in one piece. Let's see. We have opened a very nice healthy gap at the moment, so if I can keep the tyres together on this lap. Yeah, I'd love to visit a Nürburgring actually, it'd be awesome. I'd love to go on it just in a road car and just travel around it. Not race around it or anything like that, but just go around it. What about your dinner, Rose? What's happened that's so funny? I don't know. Yeah. This is a really hard circuit. The amount of concentration that you need to do well here is insane. So I mean, oh god, all my time's come undone. That has screwed me over. That has just royally screwed me over. Rose, what the hell do you mean by that last comment? What? Ah, right, no, I get it. Yep, looking up for the doggo's looking for the dinner, right. I missed that part of the chat. Okay, now I get it. Sorry guys, not seeing the whole thing due to the focus on trying to put on the race. That's what's happened there, apologies. No drama, let's move on. I thought something else was going on there, but my mind went to the wrong place because I'm trying to desperately deal with this car. And at least you can't damage them, exactly. The no damage to the car is the most important factor on this one. You're not wrong there on that one, Rose. Right, I'm going to risk putting Bob in, but if I have to A-spec back out again like I did at the Motegi race, that's fine. I've no idea what their lap times are. I'm assuming somewhere around 6 minutes. But it could be 5:45, it could be 5:50. I honestly don't know. And I say with the tyres wading off, I can't afford to be too aggressive here. This back end of the circuit is very fast and very flowing when your tyres are strong, but when your tyres are not strong, it's a very bumpy, off-camber, lack of grip kind of scenario, and it becomes very difficult to deal with. So you have to be... There are times where you think you're going slowly, but you're probably going much faster than you realistically can. It's one of those circuits. Yep, dogs are always on the hunt for a snack, but to be fair, so are kitties, I find. I'm not going to push too far to the inside. Do not want to risk. Okay, good. Now we're in a very strong position. No tyres, just gas. It's feeling like that at times, I must admit. We are low on fuel, so we are going to need to fuel up this lap on this stop. That's definitely happening. Right, okay, I'm going for it. I'm going to put Bob in the car. And what I'm going to do here is a nice little exploit. Right, he's out at the pits before they've even arrived. That's awesome. So here we are. Watch this. Exploit mode. What I've done is activated the game's triple speed, and I've then also essentially turned off the frame limit, so the car's going ridiculously fast. I'm going to see if Bob can make it through, because if he can't, this will save me a lot of effort. Oh, that's fair. I mean, you got what you needed out of it. Interestingly, he's burned all the front tyres off. I didn't have that problem. How come they've burned the front tyres? You say if you had to go to McDonald's due to the not being too tired, that's fair enough. I mean, you do what's right for you at the end of the day. Yeah, his fastest lap is around about theirs. So this is a strategy, by the way, an exploit to be able to get through the races very, very quickly indeed. You can see how much time we're saving by doing this. That was a 5-minute lap, apparently. Could have fooled me. I don't know why they're burning the front tyres as much as they are, because I was getting nothing like that from mine. And while that gap is coming down at the front, it's not to the point that it's dangerous. So you can see this is making the game almost trivialised. So they're slowly getting nearer to him. They're getting towards the pits as he's leaving. So this is where it's going to be. It's just a matter of pace, really, and see exactly how much time he generates. If needs be, I can take over. I'm trying not to, though. Oh, you got a house viewing on Sunday? That sucks, mate. Of all the days to do a house viewing. So he'll be in at the end of this lap. Oh, no, he's crashed. He's just gone off the road. Right, because of that, I am taking over. I'm going to build us a gap. Or at least I'm hoping I can. He went off the road. I saw him go off. So even those brief moments where I didn't have to drive have done me a little bit of good, because they're giving me something to focus on. So I think they were doing 550s, so I was pulling out 14 seconds at my fastest. So even if I do 540s and pull out 10 seconds, that would be easily enough to not be a problem at the next part of the stint. Of course, I've got to make sure I keep it together and I don't F it up. I say I don't understand how they're taking so much out of the front tyres. For me, it's the rear tyres every time. The front tyres I don't have a problem with. Which is strange, because I like to do a driving style that's known as leaning on the tyre, where you push the outside of the sidewall, and therefore that should mean that I actually use more tyres life at the front than the computer does. Has someone crashed, by the way? Someone way at the back on their own, and it looks really strange for me. It's really jarring to see. In terms of how far, we're about 75.7% complete or something like that, I believe. Rose, we're quite far in. I'm hoping that for the final stints, Bob can take over and finish the race for me, just to save a little bit of time, because this is one gruelling race. But a lot of it is, there are points where you can just lean and go absolutely postal, all out attack, and it's awesome. It helps that I can do a nice little crafty little use of the wall here. Which saves me a lot of time. Ah, nice, you really 90% on Need for Speed Pro Street. That was a great game. Xbox 360 version, I think I still got a copy of it somewhere. Really good game, that I really enjoyed it. We were all like the animated people hanging around in the club nights and everything else. I thought it was a really cool idea. Really interesting mix of cars as well. The only problem is all the Kings were really disappointing. Like, especially the Speed King, Nate Denver. He was the easiest boss I've ever placed in a racing game. You could have beat him in a stock 240SX, he was that slow. He did, like, his top speed was like 140 miles an hour or something. He was rubbish. as we continue to blast on. Ray Krieger wrecked his car on the first lap. Well, that's his problem. If he wrecked his car on purpose, if I can't have it, you can't. Kind of mentality. Is that what he was doing? Because if he was, well, it's his property. He can do what he wants with it, I suppose. Nice, they're 36 seconds adrift of me now, so that's good. Gives me a chance to attack. As we're into the final 3 laps on a very, very interesting Grand Prix, which I've only raced half of, but that's not the point. Oh, bugger. That screwed me over. Yeah, doing street races to earn money to get into the events would have been cool. Or it would have been nice if it was kind of like a sequel to another game where your reputation precedes you and you get invited to the league. I did actually once write a one-shot fan fiction of how one of the characters ended up in the tournament for that. It was like called what did I call it now? Street Legal, I think I called it. It's on my fanfiction.net page. It's still there. I wrote it back in 2009, I think, or something stupid like that. I had this idea for a longer story, but it was a bit too fast and the furious, so I decided not to carry it on. But people like it as a one-shot explanation for something, so yeah, that's out there if anyone cares. It'd be easier to find because I don't think there's many stories on that series on there. So I'm going to switch back to Bob and the next pit stop. I do love the way the graphics bounce, you know, because they're simulating the speed and the lack of visual perception. So of course, the human eye would adjust for that, but a camera can't. Street Legal, it was called. Rose. In the section for New Speed Pro Street, it's called Street Legal. Yep, King Bob, he is the GOAT. Although I had to rescue him on this race. Not that I mind, because, you know, he's my driver, so I've got to get my hands dirty. Yeah, very much running out of time here. Excellent. So, and we're on for a very fast lap here. Actually, that's actually one of my better laps. You'd be surprised at what I've written in my time, Rose. You'd be very surprised. Okay, Bob, you're up. Oh, hang on. Let's wait and see. Yep, there we are. I thought I hadn't changed to his mode then. Oh, he's just lapped somebody. We've actually just put a lap on someone on the Nordschleife. That's hilarious. So we've actually finished a lap ahead of someone. Someone's been lapped. So because the gap is so long at the moment, we have an opportunity now to just sit back and rest. Because realistically, Bob has enough of a gap in hand to hold this, I reckon. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was pretty good. It's been up there for years, so it's an old one. We've got enough fuel to make it to the end. And this is to finish the race in under 1.5 hours, would you believe, potentially. And considering that we used an exploit as a way to get around it, we're in position now to get to the end. Thanks to the good old B-Spec Bob. And all I need to do here is very quickly retoggle the frame rate. Yep, just under 1.5 hours is what that took, including Bob's times, which were not as good as mine. Bob's lap times were nowhere near as fast, but we are absolutely running away with this championship. We are champions. No one can beat us. We've won. But yes, so that was the Nordschleife, and that was a very hard race. A-Spec in that race will be a real challenge because it's such a difficult course. So we're going to quickly back to the main menu because that will allow us to save our game. So I reckon we still got Fuji 2005, Suzuka, but there's one circuit and I've no idea which one it's going to be. There's another circuit loitering in the background, but as you can see, 75.7, and our B-Spec level is just 810. Ah. So where's the next race going to take us then? That's the question. Because I mentioned 3 races I believe we're going to have. The question is, what's the final one? El Capitan? In the F1 cars? El Capitan? Well, this has got a grid start, so there's no point me doing it. There's no point me qualifying. I'm going to go for it. I am very surprised El Capitan has got a race on this. That's a real surprise. So what I'm going to do is a nice little exploit right at the start of the level. You can wall ride there. This is not a place I expected to be bringing the F1 cars. This is weird. This is more a rallying stage. This dip here. How the hell do you get over that in an F1 car without crashing? Seriously, how? How do you do that? Okay, I was expecting a wild card missing race, but this is not what I expected. That wasn't the best cornering, but we made it. So we just done a 130, which was... Yep, see, that's a little technique that not many people know. Right there. Is it cheap? Yes. Does it matter? No. This is one of the more wild card tracks I've ever raced on. I like it though. I think it's a visually stunning circuit. It's just not really an F1 grade circuit, it has to be said. This is not grade 1. This probably isn't a grade 3, let alone grade 2. Still, it's nice to have a bit of a different change of scenery, shall we say. This is not a track I would ever have expected to be taking the F1 car to. Not even close. I will say it's fluid though, it's a fluid car to drive, a fluid track to drive if you get it right. But boy is it going to be awkward, to say the least. Pretty fast though, I'll give it that. So the question is just how much faster than the computer am I? Out of curiosity, I'm going to take this hairpin properly this time, I'm not going to wall ride it. Don't think it's made much difference apart from spinning me out. Right, the wall ride is better. There's a better way to take it. The wall ride is better by a long way. It spat me. There was like a dip in the outside of the corner, and the car just like dug in and spun round. That's what I mean. Right? It's not really designed for this. It's just such a bumpy circuit, and it's just it's a crackers circuit to even do an F1 race on. I don't know what they were thinking when they chose this. 100 laps of midfield raceway would have been a better call. Still, we've got a chance to jump Bob in the car at the next round of stops, see how he holds up in pace versus the computer. He might have good performance, he might not. So I'm still churning up the speed, but I lost so much time in the opening corner. Whereas doing my That was not very nice at all. Car lost all grip for no reason. Oh, it did it again. It spat me out again. That curb spat me out twice. I barely touched it and it spun the car. It just put the car into a spin. That corner, the only way I can treat that corner is to avoid it. There's no other way of doing it. It just destroys your car. See, this circuit is horrible for an F1 car. It's horrible because it's not really designed for any of its strengths at all. Such a weird choice. Fun to drive, but a weird choice. High speed corners, the car snakes out when you go at high speed. Go at low speed, you hit a divot and you spin out. But all that time has gone to waste, so I'm going to have to stay in the car even longer now, which is annoying, but so be it. Seems like that opening corner is the danger corner. Yeah, these opening two corners are nasty. If you hit that divot on the inside, you get screwed over. So I've got to pit on this lap. There's nothing I can do about it. What I need is a decent lap here. But it's not coming together at the moment. That I will say. I say my tyres have taken a pounding. It's because of the spins. The actual track itself, I reckon, will give a few more laps. At least one, maybe two. But unfortunately, the spins, because of those divots, have kind of messed up my sync, really. What I've got to do now is just go on the attack as much as I can and try and get Bob a lead without spinning out. That's the key. If I can do that, I can hand the reins over to Bob. Must not stop for fuel. So this is where it's going to be annoying. Yeah, avoid touching that grass there. I think that's the key. Because when you do that, you get into a much smoother sync. And you have to slow down in a really awkward spot for that hill. I think they can take that line better than the player because they don't get as affected by the bouncing. Which is it's a nuisance that that's the case. It's poor coding that, but it's just part of the game. You just have to take it on the chin. It's better than the rally stages where they can crash into you and you get a penalty. You know that's the one that really annoyed me when we did those streams. And there's still events in that I need to finish off, but I'm not going back to the rally stages in a hurry. That I can say for sure. Yep, that was pretty good. Wow. I barely tapped the wall and it still removed all traction from the rear wheels. It's like the barriers on this game are designed to like spin you out rather than like catch the car. So they've obviously decided to mitigate something by doing that, but it's not. It makes it a bit tricky. But that's just the nature of the car again, nature of the circuit. You will get out of my way. So that's good. What I've got to do now is put some really strong laps together. Right, they've gone into the pits on lap 8. Okay. Oh, see what I mean? This car with the downforce it has should demolish that corner. It should absolutely demolish it. And then again, I barely tapped that grass, and look at the damage it's caused. The collision physics for this circuit are all over the place. The collision circuits for this circuit are actually broken. You barely, I'd say that corner, that first corner, with the downforce this car has, it can eat the 130R at Suzuka for breakfast. It can eat it for absolutely breakfast. There's no reason that you can't do it here. There's no divots, there's no bump, there's no slicky surface, there's nothing. There's absolutely no reason that this car can't go through there flat. No reason at all. What sounded scary? What particularly sounded scary about it? I'm going to pound away. I'm going to get as many car grips as I can. Yep, there we go. Thank you. Right, so that's a 128. So this time, I'm going to lift. I shouldn't have to, but, you know, you got to adapt your driving to the circuit, I guess. Yeah, that outside area seems magnetised because the car just understeered straight into it. It understeered into the divot. About 24 seconds clear, so I need more time than that. You will get out of my way, yes. Well, it's designed to intimidate them, so it should sound scary. Not intimidate the audience mind, but it should intimidate the AI. That was better. That was good too. I mean, this is one of these tracks when you get it right it feels brilliant, but when it goes wrong it's nasty. It's more like the truck from Joule, Rose. That's more appropriate for my way of driving. I'll say they got to lap 8, whereas I was on lap 6, so if I can manage to get a couple more laps here, we can get a nice in between, and that'll be okay. we're past 30 seconds in front. Nearly 40 seconds in the lead. That's good, because these tyres are only going to last one more lap. I reckon at an absolute push, one more lap. And that's going to be a tall order. Purely because of the way I drive. I drive very aggressively. So I may have to A-spec one more stint just so I can build enough of a chance. If I can come out in front of these guys after pitting, I can then have a chance to build a big enough gap for Bob to defend. So we were at about 39 seconds. The question is, have we kept that gap or have we grown it? Grown it to about 45. Okay, this is looking promising. Because if I can keep ahead, when I get, if I can come out ahead of them before they pit, then I might be able to build enough of a gap to give Bob his extra stop and be able to defend the gap. And this has been a much cleaner run on these tyres. And again, I've had mistakes happen which have cost me time. Here, we're definitely bringing more power to the game. In we go. One more A-spec run. Yeah, we're going well. And I'm not at all tired. So if you guys are happy to keep chilling out, I'm happy to keep on playing for a while longer. You know, who knows? We might be able to finish this championship using Bob. So if you mean like Prowler as in like the Iron Maiden song, then that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, no worries, Rose. If you gotta go to bed, you have a good night, mate. I'll see you another time, mate. You take care. Yeah, I'd say cooking's alright. I've said it before and I've said it again, people. No one is obligated to watch my content. You gotta cook, you gotta sleep, you gotta do anything, you go do it. It's fine. No one is entitled to views. No one is entitled to all that kind of thing. My streams are all about taking it nice and smooth. So, and a massive thank you to everyone who's been watching. You've all been awesome. We've had some interesting banter, and you've also had some mundane nonsense from me as well. So it's all part of the plan. See, once again, I barely touched that grass, barely touched it, and it spun me out. I really don't like that corner. It's been, I think that's, I don't want to say it's glitched, because I don't believe it is a glitch, but it almost feels like it. It feels like it's almost like a penalty box. But the problem is the corner's natural line takes you towards it. Now you can say that's all part of the challenge of the corner. And yeah, it is, but when that challenge is that no matter how you hit it, you spin out, that's not challenge, that's nonsense. If it slows you down because there's gravel there and you don't spin, that's fine, but it's the only corner that seems to have that effect to it, and it's really annoying, because it's not balanced. Yeah, so it should be a balanced challenge, but unfortunately, for whatever reason, it seems to spit you out. Now, that might be unique to this car, I don't know. All I know is it's causing an arbitrary issue. And I've never been a fan of arbitrary challenge. Again, it's part of the reason why I uninstalled Gran Turismo 7. Starting from the back and having to catch up 45 seconds every single race isn't fun. It's not challenge, it's bad design. So it's why I switched away from playing it. And a game from nearly 20 years ago has grid starts versus it. It's hilarious. Ooh. There must be something in the surface of this road here, because that one slid around as well. I've never had that before in any other car. And they've yet to stop again, that's a surprise. Yeah, that was a bit risky, but we got away with it. Yeah, again, it seems to not like the change of directions on this circuit, which is odd. Because it loves high-speed changes of direction usually, but this car, for some reason, on this track, doesn't like it. That's perplexing. It doesn't really make much sense either. Ooh, that was lucky, that. Yeah, odd one, to say the least. Right, and yes, they've stopped. Right, okay. This is now an opportunity for me, because I'm now going to be quite a significant gap ahead when their stops come to a conclusion. So we're not going to be nearly a lap ahead or anything like that, but we're going to be in a better position than most. And so we've lost a load of time in those spins. Those spins have cost us at least 30 seconds, which is annoying. In a race, 30 seconds of lost time for that is almost impossible to catch up. But so far we're holding out, so it could be worse. Yep, arbitrary spin. The car lost grip for no reason then. The car just lost grip. There was no actual... It was like halfway through the corner. The grip just went for no reason. Same line I've taken before and it just spat me out for whatever reason. It's like this inconsistent grip in the surface of the track, which... I don't know, maybe it's trying to simulate sand blowing on it or something, I don't know, but... It makes it frustrating when you can't really be sure how to tap the corner. But the good thing is we've still got a good lap ahead of the opposition. We are far on, so it could be much, much worse. In terms of positioning, we're in a stronger suit than most, which is nice. And the time has been dripping away quite quickly, actually, surprisingly. Well, that was a lucky move. I'm surprised that worked. Yeah, I was wary about going around the outside then, because this is when they normally have like their features which make you go towards those divots. It's like there, the car just understeered. I don't know why, but the car just decided it wanted to understeer. And it's cost me a load of time because it's put me back behind the car I've already lapped. It's like inconsistent grip, severely inconsistent. And this is why I'm hesitant to trust Bob, but it might be a more robotic approach is needed, I don't know. I was able to power past him at least, so that's not all bad. Yeah, that rear left tyre is on the way, so I'm going to go into the pits this lap. Pass over to Bob and see if he has any better luck. So we will try that. Okay, here we go. Let's see how this goes. See if this works to our favour or not. So here we go. Bob is now the one in command. The question is, can you keep it going? Yes, those fast mosquitoes zipping around your microphone and your ears now, people. How pleasant is that to listen to? So far, his lap pace seems pretty consistent with the leaders. He's only a 10 for 2 off. So here we are. We're getting close to a lap in front, and I've just realised I've not turned on the overtake option. But he's going to be coming into the pits any moment. So with that, he's now got himself out of the way. Used a bit more fuel than I did, but then he did go longer, I think. So here we go. Back out he goes. So we'll put him back in the lead. And he's got a gap to play with at the moment. Not too bad at all. His gap's decent. I need his lap times to come down though. He can't be doing... Oh, that's more like it. Yeah, 1:24.7's much more like it. And I said I'll be coming into the pits any moment. Yep, there they go. So he's not quite catching up to them, but he's also not falling away too far either. And that's another pit stop done already, people. At the moment, he's pretty much a pit stop in front, so it's just about keeping that gap. If you can keep that gap going, and even if they're whittling it down a few 100 feet every single stop, the problem is it's when he's making mistakes. He seems to be making more mistakes now. He seems to be losing time to the guy behind, but as that time gap, yeah, the gap's suddenly grown again because of the pit stop. Okay, so we're back in again. The question is just how much gap are we going to have? Can we have enough gap? If I need to, I'll jump into the car and finish it on A-Spec in real time. Because at the moment that gap has massively dwindled. It seems that he's struggling to adapt to the car, which is annoying because it means I'm going to have to go into the pits on the next one. I'm going to have to get him a gap. But that's fine because if I get my timing right, he can take over for the final stint and save us a lot of time. So we'll turn off the frame rate mode and I'm going to jump back in the car to get us a gap. I still saved us a lot of time doing that. We've saved an absolute ton of time. See, we're now apparently an hour and 15 into this race. But guess what? We're already on lap 52 now. So this is where I've got to be cautious. Yep, avoid going too wide there. Don't want to get spat out again. And this is where I need to go aggressive and gain us a lot of time. As long as I stop, well, no earlier than lap 56, we'll be fine for him to finish the race for us. And that's what I want. So obviously, my B-Spec driver is not the best driver, but he's been developing and getting stronger. Been boosting his confidence, getting behind him. So we're back in control, so you get to see the front of your front row seat action here as we attack the course and we try and make our times as fast as possible, because they were doing 124s, 123s last I checked. So if we're in the 118s to 117s, we're definitely going to be pulling out a lot of time on them, and that's what we want. I deliberately got on the brakes then, so I avoided spinning out. Yeah, it seems that this car, it's unable to attack the apexes like I want it to, for some reason. But that's, while annoying, I can at least deal with it. Oh, careful. Excellent, this is good. Yeah, about 3 seconds shy there of where we want to be. Understeer again. But I think we've got the kind of gap we need, so this is okay. It's not ideal, but it's okay. I could do with more time now. This tag team approach into this championship has been quite fun actually. It's been good. By tag teaming it, we've been able to build things forward. It's definitely the kind of thing I can do for the endurance races, you know, rather than just A-specking them all the way through. Okay, yeah, so you lose A-spec points when you use your B-spec driver, but guess what? If it saves you loads of time, you've already got 20 odd thousand of them, then what did the A-spec points matter? So the understeer and getting out of these corners sometimes is infuriating. But you just gotta roll with the punches, haven't you? There's not much you can really do about it. We've still got a 24-second gap for now. So 24 seconds plus the pit stops will give us a big lead. We're not aiming to be in front by a lap. We're not aiming to dominate the field. We're just aiming to win. That's all we want to do. Bear in mind that we're doing this with a very low-level B-spec driver in the S-class races. So we're talking the very difficult, and we're still succeeding. We're still winning. So when I'm A-specking it, we're going burr. But then I've got to pass over to the B-spec driver, who's nowhere near as fast. He seems, however, to not be as prone to the big mistakes. So it does offset very well. And that makes us a good team. A good team of soul. That was a better approach into that corner. Yeah, turned too early then. That's why I touched that wall. And that's why I lost time. But I think they just come through about 28 seconds, so we're still gaining time on them. As long as I can stop any time after this and hand over to Bob, because he's not going to need to stop again. So that's a benefit. And will be another race in the bag, people. We've done quite a lot of these races tonight, thanks to my exploit, haven't we? We A-spec'd one in its entirety, and we did a very challenging half A-spec, half B-spec, but then we've also had some where the B-spec's just gone brrr. Damn it. You know, when I talked before about how there's no excuse for that corner, that's the proof. I had the grip and then it suddenly just fell away for no reason. It's just not consistent. I've just not got the confidence in that corner at all. That corner and the second corner, they're both really inconsistent on what grip level you can get from the car, and it's really annoying to deal with it. But luckily, I'm not going to have to after this, because I'm going to go into the pits and I'm going to change over to Bob, because they've just gone into the pits now. So I'm going to have the pit stop in the bank that I need, and the gap I've pulled out was quite significant, so we should be quite far ahead. And if we've got a big significant gap, that will allow us a chance to ride it home. I mean, we are the world champions, so we don't technically need the victory, but who doesn't want an extra W in the column? And here we go, into the pits, B-spec mode. Out we get. So, Bob, you've got 6 laps to hold it together. Do it. So I say they shouldn't have to pit again. If they do, then that's hilarious. But I don't think they will. Yeah, we've got this. We've done it. And there we go. 1 hour 34:25 apparently. Well, it didn't say that long on our screens, did it, people? We've been able to make it home. That means there's just 2 races left in the championship. I reckon one is going to be at Fuji for the 2005 layout, and I reckon the finale is going to be at Suzuka. That's what I'm expecting. Not bad at all. We're doing good. So that's race 13 of the championship. It's time to see if I'm right. And that's now put us at 75.8%, would you believe, people? We are so far in. Thank you all very much, by the way, all of you who stayed out there watching. We're 4.5 hours deep into this, and it's just incredible. So thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. Yep, I was right. There it is. Fuji 2005. I called it. So that's where we're at. So this is normally a grid start. So for that reason, I'm going to give it a go. And because we started on the grid, there was no get ready to drive nonsense. We already had it. That's not really the fairest way to take that position, but it's happened now and there's nothing they can do to stop me. So all these modifications that Herman Tilke put in, all these extra runoffs, you can abuse them. They do exist. I actually don't know this layout, so this is going to be intriguing for me. I've seen it from a spectator point of view, but I've never actually driven it properly before. So that's going to make it a challenge for me. But that's okay, because this is Fuji, and Fuji is awesome. So now the question is, just how fast can I make this? How quickly can we go? So I've done a 125 with my opening lap. And they're on 129s by the looks of it. Yeah, we've pulled out a decent gap here. Not bad at all. We've just got to keep it going. I'm not sure that's 100% legal either, jumping so far outside the circuit and back onto it, but it's worked. And that's done as a 121. And they're 11 seconds behind me, so at the moment they're about 5 seconds down, so that's cool. If I can keep that kind of pace going, we've got a big chance to hand over Bob again. And if we can, that gives us a huge opportunity to finish the championship tonight. Yeah. How's that, people? We've gone from doing A-spec in two races of Scream to managing to box 6 off in one in an endurance stream. And we can get out of this championship. And you can see me take on other things instead. How much will that be a change in pace for you all? Because I've loved this championship, but it is a bit long, isn't it? It's not really in the spirit of the rules, track extending like that. In my old league days, that would have got you a penalty. But here, No one can stop me. Except for me. So now they're 17 seconds adrift of me, so it's quite good. Very flowing circuit to drive this once you learn the layout. It's quite nice in a car of this grip and power to truly attack these high-speed flowing sections and these tight, finicky chicanes where you've really got to thread your line right. It's beautiful. The only problem with this circuit in this configuration on this game is the absence of brake marker boards. That's the only issue I've got. The rest of it's fine. Now you might think, well, don't brake marker boards add challenge? And that's right, they do, but the reason they exist is because different formulas of racing have different braking distances. So the idea is that you've got the brake markers for drivers who are either driving for the first time in a lower formula than they normally use, or driving in a higher formula than they're used to. And it's so that they don't go in with the wrong mentality. Like if, for example, you're a Formula 1 driver and you just go do what I've just done and you're going way too deep. There's a great example right there. But I remember years ago there was a driver called Antonio Pizzonia driving for Jaguar in Formula 1, and he was asked to drive their road car. And what he did was he braked at the F1 car distance in a road car. Well, that didn't work very well. The car could not possibly come close to stopping or making the corner, and it barrel rolled really badly, wrote off the car. It was a very expensive machine and it was basically written off. So it just shows that you can be so used to taking a circuit a certain way that you get your distances wrong and cause a lot of damage. So if you're, say for example, guest driving in touring cars, having driven open wheels like I am now, you might find that you're braking at such a silly point that you completely destroy a car, and it's not going to end well for you or anybody else. So that's why the brake marker boards are there. And if you're simulating driving, you'd want to simulate that, or at least I would. Still, that rather costly spin has just, basically just lost like 13 seconds in one lap. That's a dreadful performance. And yet I'm still 15 seconds clear of them, so it shows that the pace is there in the car. And this is a very fun circuit to drive. As I said, the tyres are feeling a little more worse for wear, but not ruined. And I just find it strange how the AI burn out their front tyres way worse than I do. I'm not sure why that would be. See, by going out the corner so wide there, you can come out at much higher speed. So I came out at like 150 miles an hour when you're supposed to be doing about 130-ish. So it's a big difference maker, especially on a circuit as long, with a straight as long as that one. Because the faster you come out of that corner, the more speed you carry down the straight. That's just basic science for you right there. And that makes it much more easy to pull out the gap. I'm now plus 20 seconds despite that big loss of time. So the car is clearly on it in terms of that respect. So there is less grip on the outside areas though, I will say that much. You don't get anywhere near as much grip. And that's a good thing. Because the whole point of it is you're not supposed to find grip out there. You're supposed to be punished for going offline. You're supposed to lose time. And again, you see how I was at 150 miles an hour when I came out of that corner then. So, much faster lap once again. You know, 27 seconds ahead then, that's pretty awesome. So, we're going to be going into the pits shortly, and we're going to try and hand over to Bob and see just how he does. If I need to make him a bigger gap, I will do, but it'd be nice not to have to. Because if we do that, we can put ourselves in a really good position. You can see how the car is just losing grip every time at the moment. Look at that, we're about to go into the pits. We're into B-spec mode. It'll be interesting to see when they stop. I get the feeling they're going to go to like lap 10. So now we'll toggle the frame limit. If they come in now, that'll be a godsend, but I don't think they will do. But we stayed in the lead. We actually stayed out ahead of them, just as they've pitted. So that's really useful. Because this gives us an idea now just exactly where we're at. So Bob's doing 126s, they're doing 127s. That's interesting. So maybe Bob can be actually pretty good at this circuit. And if he is, then that's awesome. Oh, they're doing 25s now. So that's a problem. Maybe. Possibly. Let's see. So they only went an extra lap longer than me. I'm quite surprised by that. I thought they'd have got an extra 2 laps, but they didn't. Okay, so he's back in again. I think on the next one I'm gonna go out for another A-spec run, just to put it beyond doubt. Because the problem is that they're going into the pits. I just realised I didn't have the overtake on, did I? That's going to make life more awkward. Because that gap is shrinking. I say, he's just not quite got the pace of these guys. He's not a bad driver. It's just that he's not as good as they are. And that's okay. You know, at the end of the day, he's relatively new. I think on this lap he's coming in. No, he's got one more lap, so that's okay. Right, let's quickly change that off. Because I'm going to need the A-spec mode here. The reason I'm going to A-spec is just so I can try and get us a load of time. If I can get us in the lead, then we're going to have a better opportunity. I think they might have pitted at the same time as us, interestingly enough. In fact, I think they have. So if that's the case, then that's really helped us. Because if they've come into the pits now, I can go out and build a massive gap. At least that's the idea. Okay, so we're behind this guy, which is annoying, but we can do that. We can deal with that. Especially when I'm way faster than him now, which is a real surprise. There we go. So now we're clear. And this is a chance for us to go on the offensive. So I think another run round with me where I can get another gap on here, I might be able to get a pit stop in the pocket ahead again. And if I can do that, we've got enough at that point. So that's our outlap, and it's a 1:47. Oh yeah. No idea what the gap is, so it's going to be the next lap where I'll be able to figure that out. And that's okay, I don't mind that. We're absolutely thrashing forwards, and we've just set a new fastest lap. That's quite hilarious. Not bad at all. On the brakes, into the corner. A little wide on the apex there, but it was alright. We're not in a bad position here as we carry on attacking. And the question is just how far ahead of the opposition are we going to get at this point? Because I'd like to do my ultra rapid pace B-Spec Bob mode. They're 35 seconds adrift at the moment. Okay. That's good. If we can get that to any higher than that, we'll be in a really good position. Because that's going to be more than a pit stop in the pocket. And with the pace that Bob loses versus the opposition, I want to be able to offset it. That's the idea. Whether I can make it happen or not's another matter. Oh well, that's not going to help. Though Herman Tolka's runoff design here is very useful indeed. If you don't mind pushing the rules, you come out there a lot faster. And we're already nearly halfway through the race, which is awesome. We attack. That's all we can do here. It's going to be strange going back to other cars after this, because the speed differentials you get in terms of gripping the corners is ridiculous. I say that the moment I get grip like that. Luckily, went wide. Gain time, and I'm still nearly 40 seconds plus, so it could be worse. I hit a curb and it just like basically unsettled the car. Had too much tyres on the dirt and off on the scrub section. But it's okay because we've kind of got away with it. The circuit seems quite forgiving for mistakes. You don't have to push as easily in the circuit rules, which is not really cricket, but I don't really care. Take a 121 given how wide of the circuit I went at that hairpin. That was a much faster time than I thought it would have possibly been. And we're battling hard to build a gap for Bob. That's what we're doing there, people. Excellent. So it was about 40 or 41 seconds last time. It's now 45 seconds. Not bad. 3-second gap gain. So that's about right. So they're aiming for about 124s at the moment. Whereas I'm smashing that by a long way. We're down in the 118s. Which is great for pace, but it also means you're using a lot more of the tyre. Yeah, pace performance there was really good. Oh, nice. New fastest lap. Just what I needed. First part of that corner was great, second part not so. Not quite close enough for a toe here. Slightly under it. Nice. We are absolutely on it. And the lap times are getting better and better and better, and the performance is getting stronger and stronger. To the point that Bob is going to have a nice little cushion to exploit. The idea being, the more I can take the gap away from them, the better. They're now nearly... Oh wow, the 58 seconds of drifting me now, that's insane. Next lap, we're going into the pits. And then up the inside of you there, that was good. I'll do nicely. Yep, thank you. That's good. I say the lapping of certain cars isn't a requirement, but it certainly helps to have that kind of differential speed, because it means then that you've got the opportunity to hand it over to Bob and he'll have enough time to cover off the offset of his pace. That's literally all I'm doing. I'm being the hare so I can hand off to the tortoise. And I call him that unfairly because the frame limit mode means that he'll go way faster than I will. But his actual on-track times won't be anywhere near mine. So the tyres are definitely cooked. I have gone very hard on these tyres. Yeah, that was a bit cheap, I must admit, but it worked. That's also gained us some time because of the way I've gone into the pits. So now that we can go over to Bob. Watch how fast the map goes. Now they're just about pitting in, and we're in a decent position. Some people have just pitted back in again. And the lap times and the pace is pretty good. They were only a couple of laps behind us in terms of the pits, so we're not doing bad here. So this mode is me abusing the ability to toggle the frame rate and triple speed the in-game performance. So we're going at a much faster lap time than anything else. So you can see here, look how much quicker the laps are going by. It's absolutely ridiculous how fast they're going. And that's good, because it means if he pits on this lap time, he's only going to need to stop another time after this. That's okay. You can't triple speed this part of the pit stop, unfortunately. You've got to wait for it to go through. But look at the speed it takes to get that out. So he went 12 laps on the tyres, which is pretty impressive because I only did 9. Having said that, I was going a lot faster than he was. So they've now pitted in. And I just dropped my controller like an idiot. So Bob's performance isn't as fast as mine, but the idea is that he's got enough of a cushion now, or at least he should have, to be able to hold off and win the race. And that will allow us to do one final race at Suzuka with any luck, because that's where I think the final race is going to happen. It makes the most sense for it to happen there. I'll be surprised if it's anywhere but Suzuka. So into the pits we go. In goes the fuel. And there we go. So because he's come out ahead of them in the pit stops, they've not got the opportunity to come close to us. So this should be a comfortable win for Bob. Bob should comfortably win this. And as you can see, we're getting through these laps very quickly indeed. Yeah, it sounds a little weird, I must admit, but as you can see, we're on to the final lap. Everything's looking absolutely brilliant. We've got a 33-second lead. And that's the end of the race. Just like that. So there we go. We've won at Fuji. So now we have one final race. What we're going to do before we do it is we are going to back out to the main menu just so we can save our game. And with that, let's say we already are the champions. We are the champions. But there's one final race, and it happens, I believe, at Suzuka. It's the only track we haven't done in this season so far. So we are now 76% complete. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're really good at this, aren't we, people? And I called it. We are at Suzuka. This is the final race of this tournament. And I know that it's a grid start, so I'm not wasting my time qualifying. There's no point adding an extra lap. So into the slipstream we go as we head down to the first corner. This is going to be a tricky circuit, this is one of the hardest circuits in the game. It's all about flow. We are already in the lead. Not bad. As we head into Dunlop. And with these, we're going to head up over the hill towards the Degners. Two of the hardest corners on the calendar because of the amount of runoff that you do not have. There's a lot of dirt there, and you will find it very easy to get that wrong. Now this is where we've just got to attack. So head into the spoon curve, named after the motorsports arm of Honda, not because it looks like a spoon. So we are aiming to get as far forward as we can, try and get a similar gauge lap time difference that we had with the last race at Fuji. I mean, there is a way to actually gain an absolute shed load of time by just cutting the chicane, but I don't want to do that unless I absolutely have to. So we start with a 6 second gap already. That's quite impressive. This circuit is a joy to drive in an open wheel car. It was what it was designed for. It was designed for Formula 1. You can tell by the way the corners really stress the car and really make you have to flow hard at it. It's one of my favourite circuits in the world. It's a track I've always wanted to go to. But unfortunately, Formula 1 in Japan is incredibly expensive. With Formula 1 full stop is incredibly expensive. Any of the F1 races are very, very pricey. They cost a stupid amount of money. So we're going to head to the 130R. And are we going to brake? No, we're not. We don't need to. It's flat out in an F1 car, that corner. It's amazing just how much difference the class-in cars can give you in terms of performance. So we're lapping at a decent rate versus the machine. We want to keep that going. We want to try and get to anywhere between a 45 second and a 75 second lead, because with that we can hand over to Bob and he should be able to navigate us home. So the AI have a very mechanical way of driving. They don't react to your pace as such, so they have a set AI by time for the track. They don't think, right, the player is lapping 4 seconds a lap faster than us, we'll speed up a little bit to see if we can make our tyres go longer and react. They just go at their own pace and, you know, trust you to run out of laps, which is not how real F1 works. But again, for the time this game was made, expecting much more from the AI would be a bit unreasonable. And of course, with the speed that we take around the course, we use tyres a lot more than the computer does. So that's what they're relying on. They're relying on us running out of tyres. Now that wasn't the best ending to the lap, but we still got a decent lap time, so it could have been worse. Yep, so this is a very fluid circuit to drive this. Very nice, smooth. It's a circuit that rewards precision. Back in the day when this game first came out and first added the circuit, everyone hated it. Except for me, I loved it. I said this is an amazing circuit. You just got to learn the flow of it. And I think once people came to understand it, a few months in, they all started to change their minds and go, actually this is a really fun circuit to drive. It's particularly good in time trial, where you just take a car and go on the attack. It's just so much fun to really nail it, and when you get it right, you don't half prove just how good you are. So far the performance has been good. The car's been holding up beautifully well. The performance has been strong. The lap times have been constantly coming down. It's been a good marathon so far. Yeah, so all you people out there thinking this was going to be a regular stream, welcome to the Endurance Hour. We've gone past 5 hours live, people. We've been live for a very, very long time. And it's been awesome. So this is actually a beautiful circuit. So we're at nearly 30 seconds to the good now. This is pretty incredible. We've been constantly lapping nearly 5 seconds a lap faster than the AI. And you might think, well, if you're going to burn through your tyres, what's the point? Well, the answer is I'm getting a pit stop back in my pocket every time. So you only have to make the time back, and all the offset proves its worth. As we've been absolutely on it, working very fast indeed. So we're going to get at least one more run. I think I'm going to do one more race back run for this car in this race, because I don't think I'm going to have enough of a gap to hand over to Bob to get to the end. That's the plan anyway. Of course, a lot of the plan depends on what the pace execution's like. I mean, we just set a new fastest lap, so we can't be exactly going slowly here, can we? starting to get a little twitchy in the high-speed corners, this car. So I think this is the lap where we want to box, put some fuel in, get some new tyres, and then do another run. So we get to around about lap 14, and then by that point we'll be in a position to hand over to Bob, and he'll be able to bring us home with any luck. Because we're nearly 40 seconds to the good so far, which is incredible, because if that keeps going, we're going to have nearly a full lap on the field. So it's insane just how much faster you can sometimes go than the machine. Oh, that's not going to help. That's slowed me down quite a lot. That's easily going to match my lap time on this one. So with that, it's a good time to box, cut our losses, and go through. I did a little lift at that point. I thought it was better to lift and make absolutely sure. Whoops. Oh, I lost it on the braking then. Got away with it, but I lost it on the braking. So into the pits we come. And this will give us a good idea just how far ahead or behind we are. I mean, at the moment we're on for a 6-stop race, because coming in at the end of the 7th lap means that we're going to get to lap 43. Yeah, it might be a 7-stop race at that rate. But then again, I will be handing over to Bob, and he will get more laps out of the tyre. But I'm not going to hand over to him just yet, because I need to get more distance. I just realised I'd get ready to drive on my screen, which I didn't want. I did not want that at all. As we keep on monstering our way into the circuit, attacking our corners as much as we can. This is brilliant. We're doing really well. Well, that was well held. Wasn't the best way to drive it, but it did the job. So this is proving to be somewhat of a brutal championship to finish, but we're almost there. Ah, they're there in the pits on lap 9. Right, okay. So they only went 2 laps longer than me, and I had a 30-second gap before they pitted. So that's a problem for them. They're in serious trouble now. Because they're going to have to stop as well on lap 51, I think. So that actually works to our advantage, because the extra stop could work. When we stop, it's still going to be within their pit window, so we're not going to need to do an extra stop. The only difference being I'm going to be a lot further along than they are, because that gap's only going to grow based off prior form. Of course, I'm not going to be so arrogant as to believe it's a guarantee. but it's certainly looking very strong at this moment in time. We've got a gap of about 50 seconds, I think. So I'm definitely in a position to hand over to Bob at the next pit stop. So we've been absolutely attacking this. It's been so much fun to drive the circuit. This car is an absolute beastly car to drive. It's just so much power and traction and control, and on this circuit, which is not exactly too bumpy, it's going through the motions and giving me tons of grip. Oh yeah, we've got nearly a minute. That's awesome. Oh, that's not good. I got a little bit of fishtailing in the middle part of the 130R, which has cost me some time, but I've just got some of it back by reinterpreting the track. That's what I'll call that. I've reinterpreted the track layout. So, looking good. So we're a minute and 4 seconds clear now, people. 64 seconds to the good. By the time I finish this particular pit run, that could be as long as 70, 75 seconds. If that, oh, well, it would be if the car didn't crash like that for no reason. Suddenly lost our traction again in the 130R. Something about that corner it doesn't like. I don't know what it is. But luckily, again, you can reinterpret the track limits, and that helps to push the gap even better in your advantage. That was me offsetting the loss in grip. Excellent, now we're getting somewhere. So yeah, this is a much more relaxing race to end on, to be honest. I'm actually finding this a little easier to drive. Compared to the frustrations of El Capitan and the challenge of the Nürburgring, this has been easier. I've found this much easier to drive. A lot more fun, very joyous. Yep, deliberately do a light lift so I didn't put too much on the rear end of the car. Natural line through the corner, looking good. Oh, bugger. I thought I'd got the car back under control then, but it just went to the right again. But that was me getting greedy at the apex on the previous corner, which set that up. It was me pushing the car too hard. It seems that I only work in push hard. Yeah, Bob goes from like, you know, gentle to cruise hard. I just go cruise hard to cruise hard to push hard to push hard to push hard. Yeah, cruise hard. How do you cruise hard? Lean out the car with a shotgun or something. Yeah, it's like that day. Is that how you cruise hard? I looked away from my screen and I very nearly crashed. Maybe I should pay more attention. So it's a 75-second gap we've got now. One more lap of this and we're going to be well in the good. Got on the brakes a little too late then. This isn't the best lap, this one. But we'll take it. It's okay. Doing pretty good. So we should see the gap to the field before we go to the pits when we look. And that's what I want. I want to know where we're at. I say that's 45 seconds already. Might be maintaining the gap here. 1:15 previously. Yeah, we've maintained the gap, so that's okay. I don't mind maintaining the gap. Maintaining the gap's fine. Obviously, you'd rather grow the gap, but maintaining it is better than losing time. Especially when you make mistakes like that. So, we're going over to Bob. Here we go. So here we go. King Bob has been released. So the gap was 47 seconds. It's now come down to 45, interestingly enough, but they're in the pits now, so we're going to see that gap re-emerge. And it's back at 1:13, so the gaps are good. We've just got to keep that gap growing. Yeah, so I stopped on lap 7 and then 14, but we're now on to 22. And he's into his final lap. I don't know what his pace is going to be here. It's not special. But it's okay. Oh, what the... Where the car was shaking then was kind of interesting. And we're just at half race distance, which is pretty awesome. So here we go. Obviously they've yet to pit, so he's got a... well, I say that and they've just pitted at the same time. So they've gained quite a lot of time on him, so I may still need to go back out. But let's see. Yeah, he doesn't seem to enjoy the circuit as much. He made a couple of mistakes earlier. Yeah, he's losing time again. Still, we've got 20 laps to go, so let's keep him out there for now. I'd rather be in the position to be able to react to the pace than have to guess at it. See, they've now come back into the pits again, so if that dips below 30 seconds, I'm going to need to go back out. That's my take on this. You see, his lap times seem quite respectable, but it seems that despite that, they're still doing enough to eat into the time. However, the gap is looking manageable for now. And interestingly, he went longer on the pits that time. He went longer. He is going to need to stop again though, which is annoying. But I suppose that's a good thing, because if the gap is too low, I might need to get back out there and finish the race in A-Spec mode. But I'd like to sit in the garage and let him do the work, because he's been doing pretty decently so far. That gap's now 39 seconds. It's still doable. I think we're still in an okay place actually here, you know. I think we're going to be okay. Because they're going to have to stop, and so is Bob. And I think with the amount of laps they've got, they're going to run out of laps. I think we're going to be okay here. Yeah, see, they've all pitted in again now. But Bob stayed out for that extra lap. So he's going to go in this lap. Yeah, you're staying out, Bob. This is yours. You're having this race, Bob. So here we go, final 3 laps. All you gotta do is stay clear, Bob. That's all you gotta do. Bring it home. You got a 27-second gap. Just bring it home. That's all I ask you to do. And there it is. That is the World Championship sealed up. We've swept the board. We've won all 15 races. Bob has been an absolute gem. We've done 6 races in one night. We've done 6 races in less than 6 hours. Thanks to the little strategy, and that included doing one at full distance. We fully A-spec one of them. So we've come first place in race 15. And we've won the overall championship for 3 million credits. So there we go. We have won by nearly 100 points. We have dominated. So the question is, what's our reward? We've already received a load of money. We have won. Oh, very nice. This was the car that was the broken car in Forza Motorsport 4. The Sauber Mercedes C9. This car is broken in Forza Motorsport 4. It's an absolute beast of a machine. And there we go. That's been saved to storage, and we've got 76.4% of the championship done. So if we go look at our garage then, it'll be in here somewhere. Yes, there it is. The Sauber Mercedes C9. What a car. Looks absolutely gorgeous, doesn't it? It looks dreamy. So, that is an excellent way for us to consider wrapping up for tonight. We are the Formula Gran Turismo champions, thanks to a nice little exploit that I used. No, I'm not sorry. So we're going to pick this game up again next week. I've got to decide what we're actually going to do, because there's 23.6% of it remaining, and I also don't know where all those events are. But we're going to do our best. So we're going to pick this back up again next week. But for now, we're going to be taking the weekend off and back on Monday when we go back to the world of survival horror as we continue to play Rule of Rose. But until then, thank you all very, very much for watching. And be smart, Bob. You're a legend, mate.